never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. Former Attorney General Bill Barr calls former President Trump a, quote, consummate narcissist.
He constantly engages in reckless conduct that puts his political followers at risk, the conservative and Republican agenda at risk.
Barr, appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, added that Trump's conduct alleged in the federal indictment is, quote, not an isolated example. Chris Christie says the idea of a pledge to support the next Republican nominee is a, quote, useless idea.
I'll take the pledge in 2024 just as seriously as Donald Trump took the pledge in 2016.
Christie, a GOP presidential candidate speaking on CNN's State of the Union, pointed out that Trump was the only candidate in 2016 who did not agree to the pledge. One person is dead and at least 20 people are injured after a shooting at a Juneteenth celebration near Chicago. Multiple victims were taken to a hospital. 2 people are reportedly in critical condition. 2 Americans allegedly attacked in Germany have been identified. Police say Eva Liu was attacked by a 30-year-old American man she met hiking. Liu's friend Kelsey Chang tried rescuing her, but was pushed down a steep slope. The American man is in custody on suspicion of murder, attempted murder, and attempted sexual offense. The Supreme Court won't rule on 2 major issues until at least Thursday.
Decisions on cases involving affirmative action and President Biden's student loan debt relief plan were not included in Friday's release of opinions. 2 cases involving Harvard and the University of North Carolina will determine if race can be used as a factor in college admissions. Meanwhile, there are 2 cases that have yet to have opinions issued on them centered on the president's plan to cancel some student loans. There are still 18 opinions to be released from the High Court in its current term. I'm Scott Carr.
This is USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
Former Vice President Mike Pence says there are other differences between him and former President Trump than just January 6th. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, the GOP presidential hopeful says he disagrees with Trump's belief that a 6-month abortion ban that's been passed in some states is too harsh. Pence also claimed that Trump's position on the national debt is the same as President Biden's. More senators want to know about the proposed merger of two pro-golf organizations.
First, it was the Senate Investigations Committee. Now the Senate Finance Committee is opening what's called a wide-ranging investigation into the finances surrounding the PGA Tour's deal with the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund, the principal owner of the LIV Golf Tour. Committee Chair Ron Wyden of Oregon says the deal raises questions about whether the PGA Tour can continue to enjoy tax-exempt status after tying itself to the authoritarian Saudi regime. Wyden has also called on the Justice Department's Antitrust Division to scrutinize the deal. I'm Richard Johnson.
Veteran NBA player Lou Williams is retiring from basketball after a 17-year career. He made the announcement on Sunday with a YouTube video narrated by his daughter. Williams is a 3-time Sixth Man Award winner. The 36-year-old was drafted by the Sixers in 2005. The hit Netflix series Squid Game is gearing up for its return. Lee Jung-jae will return in the lead role. The second season will debut next year. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, alrighty then. Don't mind if we do. Let's get it started. All right, just like that, we close out another weekend. Here comes a Monday. I do not refer to it as the greatest day of the week, but indeed closing out the Father's Day weekend. And for those who have their fathers still here with us on this earth, hope you enjoyed your Father's Day weekend. Many folks saying happy heavenly Father's Day this past day. It's a lot of photos from our listening audience out there via social media. You know, coming up, we'll give you I've got the story of the woman that founded or started Father's Day. Many years ago, over 100 years ago. It's interesting. She was listening to a church sermon about what else? Mother's Day. They say, hey, you know, why don't the fathers get any recognition? It goes back to, I believe it's 1909 when Father's Day was actually born, so... Yeah, trust you had a good weekend. We close out the weekend and get the new week started. Pretty similar to the way we closed things out on a Friday headed into the weekend. And that is with numerous showers, thunderstorms. Now, we've seen multiple tornadoes reported across the southeast all weekend long. And even at this hour, things remain pretty active. Yeah, matter of fact, I'll pull up the latest tornado warning, which was just issued here a few minutes ago at the midnight hour Eastern time, and it goes to the midnight hour Central time in east central Mississippi, in Jasper County, Smith County. So it's east central and central Mississippi. Got respectively those two counties there. And that's in association with the cell that has been prompting numerous tornado warnings. Have not seen whether it's been a confirmed on the ground sort of scenario, but again, for several counties, they keep renewing those tornado warnings. Obviously, they're seeing a lot of rotation via the radar returns. But looking at the southeast, it is Mississippi, Alabama, right up through the heart of Tennessee. The strongest storms are in Mississippi and Alabama tonight. That's where we're seeing numerous severe thunderstorms, tornado warnings. You've got some pretty heavy rain through the heart of Tennessee, including the Nashville area at this hour. Rains then extend on up. Rain will be moving into the Bowling Green area. More showers on up into south central portions of Illinois. And things are going to begin filling in through the Ohio Valley. I know we've got rain in our forecast the upcoming day, but there in the deep south, concerns of long-lasting intense thunderstorms that have been bombarding areas from the southern plains to the southeast much of last week. Damaging winds, hail, tornadoes. Those same areas remain at risk as we start the new week before we will be seeing a change in the weather pattern. But through much of last week, we had followed complexes of thunderstorms moving along the northern edge of that heat dome centered over Texas and then plunging southward towards parts of the Gulf and southern Atlantic coasts. As the pattern continued to ramp up, you may recall They started discussing the possibility of some of these complexes reaching the threshold, the official threshold for derechos. Yeah, hundreds of miles of damaging winds. At least 2 such complexes last week are candidates to be labeled as that. One of which started Thursday afternoon in southwest Kansas and the Oklahoma Panhandle, rolling toward northeastern Texas. A new complex of storms erupted in northeastern Louisiana Friday morning and continued to track southeast across the lower Mississippi Valley during the daylight hours there Friday. Well, looks like more thunderstorms had erupted over portions of the southern and central plains on into Friday night. The same complex or spin-off thunderstorm complexes will continue to impact the south central and southeastern states through the overnight hours tonight. Yeah, a lot of wind and hail reports coming in across northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and Mississippi through the morning hours Sunday. That, of course, continued on through the evening hours, even through the overnight hours tonight. A few tornadoes are likely to be spawned, along with multiple incidents of damaging winds and large hail. Areas in the southeast here in the coming days are probably going to see 6 to 12 inches of rain into early this week, even as the derecho risk subsides. That's because of an ongoing potential for more thunderstorm activity, just not quite as organized or fast-moving as the storms that developed over the weekend. As that zone of low pressure and the frontal boundary shifts southeastward today, Monday, locations across the southeast, Louisiana, all the way into central Florida and parts of South Carolina could face the risk of thunderstorms turning severe, flooding, hail, damaging winds. Now, the threat for derechos or long-lasting complexes will indeed begin to decrease later on Monday afternoon. The jet stream pattern is going to change its shape as to block much of the thunderstorms from slicing southeastward over a great distance from the southern plains into the southeast. All right, so as we look ahead here, we're going to see an uptick in discrete severe thunderstorms, what they call supercells, over the northern plains and central plains, Tuesday through much of this week, Tuesday through Friday. Now, these supercells present another risk. These are the sort of thunderstorms that can produce large tornadoes. Not a good thing. And that same pattern is going to cause warmth to begin building pretty substantially over the north-central states and into the northeast. Now, because those big wildfires continue in both western and eastern Canada, we will be talking the potential for those smoky conditions to expand, more air quality issues in the Midwest and the Northeast for the upcoming week. So it's been a pretty active weekend. Meanwhile, coming up, the heat's going to begin to build. Will that heat reach the I-95 corridor? And the wildfire smoke returns to the Midwest and the Northeast. And at the same time, keeping an eye on the tropics, looking for some potential tropical development here in the coming days. All right, well, Atlantic hurricane season officially kicked off there on the 1st of June. Hello to Philly Dan out of the box. Philly Dan not feeling too well tonight. He says, if I can ask for some prayers, my health not good. Friday night we had Chinese. In about an hour, I couldn't stop throwing up. All day Saturday, the same. Now I can't stop with the hiccups. Something is wrong. Sounds like a case of good old-fashioned food poisoning to me, right? And I said, to top it all off, I have a DOT physical on Wednesday of this week. So, Philly Dan, hope you start feeling better soon. But that just kind of has the telltale signs of food poisoning, doesn't it? It ain't fun. Hello to Rubber Duck. Happy Father's Day, all. I'm home in LaPorte. Got a local Chicago in the morning. Everybody be safe out there. Captain Ron, there he is. Captain Ron, checking in on the greatest day of the week. Let's get this show rolling. Semper Fi. There's Timothy. Hello to Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Had a great weekend at the York County Barbecue Festival. Actually did pretty good. Got 9th in chicken, 5th in the ribs, and 4th overall out of 29 teams, and 5th in the People's Choice Pork. That is a pretty good weekend. There you go. Congratulations. 4th overall. I don't know about the barbecue competitions. Is that like out of the money? Is it ribbons for first, second, third kind of thing? Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. There you go. Good to have you on board. Roy checks in from Northwest Illinois tonight. We're at 72 degrees at this hour. So feeling kind of summer-like tonight, right? All right, let's see. Country Bumpkin checking in. Yeah, the treatments are going great. That's good news. Country Bumpkin is going through the cancer, chemotherapy, radiation. Yeah, drive safe overnight drive, family. Thank you so much. Timothy said rumbles up, but they're showing the 16th. So what would that be? This is technically the 19th. That's like the Friday morning program. All right, head on over to the app, overnightdriveradio.com. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. 74 degrees, kind of humid tonight. Looks like we're going to get some rain overnight. Just got back this afternoon from the brothers' wedding Saturday in the Rose Garden, Ritter Park, Huntington, West Virginia. It was a smashing success. Very simple and elegant, with a variety of munchies afterward. I'll email a few pictures there, Steve. My wife's sister and her fiance are coming down Tuesday, and we're hoping to play a round of golf, but they're talking like a 90% chance of rain. Hope your Father's Day was a good one. Have a great night. And everybody be careful out there. Yeah, I had a good Father's Day weekend. Actually, I cut the grass for Father's Day. What a thrill. Welcome aboard. It is, of course, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios as we kick off a new week, closing out the Father's Day weekend.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, for a lot of folks, you saw some triple-digit temperatures over the weekend. More heat advisories across the southern U.S. this past day. Severe weather knocking out power to hundreds of thousands. From Oklahoma to Mississippi, gusty winds raising the wildfire threat in Arizona, New Mexico. I had a suspected tornado strike near Scranton, Arkansas early Sunday, destroying chicken houses, toppling trees onto homes. No immediate reports of serious injuries. Louisiana's Governor John Bel Edwards declaring a state of emergency for northern and central Louisiana after strong winds and severe weather caused widespread power outages on Saturday. As of Sunday, more than 740,000 people without power from Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi. A National Weather Service had warned of potentially record-breaking temperatures continuing over southern Texas and the western and central Gulf Coast, and the storms producing damaging wind, hail, and possible tornadoes continue over the lower Mississippi Valley. Florida, the Weather Service there issued another heat advisory Sunday, this time mainly for the Florida Keys. Heat indices were running as high as 108 to 112 degrees in places like Key Largo, Marathon, and Key West. I mean, those sort of heat indices. Heat illness, if you're outdoors for any extended period of time. In the southwestern USA, fire crews battling multiple wildfires in Arizona and New Mexico. Triple-digit temperatures, gusty winds, leading to critical fire weather. Over the next couple of days, they tell us, Sunday promised to be the hottest day of the year so far. Highs up to 110 we saw in the Phoenix area. Now, we coupled that with winds 30 to 40 miles per hour Sunday east of Flagstaff along the I-40 corridor. Winds forecast to be up to 50 miles per hour today. So critical fire weather across much of northeastern New Mexico. We did have a large brush fire that broke out Friday afternoon south of Tucson. That shut down a state highway on Saturday. Arizona 83 did get to reopen this past day. And much of Nevada had been under high wind advisories, gusts of 55 miles per hour, blowing dust, reduced visibility on the highways there. I guess Wheelchair Dave can verify for us. It's been hot in Florida. Said, Steve, I made the drive down from Atlanta to South Ocala, Florida. The drive sucked. Heavy rain where you could only see 5 feet in front of you. Four-wheelers were down to 35 miles per hour for about 40-mile stretch down I-75. Semis even slowing down to about 50. But rain was coming down at a rate of like 3 inches in an hour. Torrential range. All right, the underage of my Dodge Dakota truck was full of water. It's never happened before. I think there was a SpaceX launch. I did not see it. I think it was 6 p.m., but there you go. Wheelchair Dave is on board Leeward Air Ranch in Florida. But he did say 93 degrees. The heat is on down in Florida for maybe a week or two. And yeah, 93-degree temperatures are hot. Find yourself a way to stay cool there. All right, let's see what's happening with our favorite day of the week.
Favorite day of the week, you know it.
What's up, Captain?
We all count down how many hours it is till we got to go to work for Monday morning, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Just like watching that ball drop on New Year's or any countdown. But I had a pretty good weekend. Was yours?
Yeah, I had a good weekend.
I went to that wedding Friday. Didn't know a single person. My wife was the bride's boss for about a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only connection to the wedding. But everybody was asking who we were, and I just started telling them we were just wedding crashers. We didn't know.
Wedding crashers.
Yeah, we were just there for the food. But then went to the daughters Saturday and hung out at the pool for a while and went to Texas Roadhouse yesterday for lunch. So that was my weekend, but
So you
yesterday,
had to treat yourself to a Father's Day dinner? Is that what you're saying?
well, the wife took me.
Okay.
I didn't go by myself. I go by myself on that restaurant tour that I do on Veterans Day, remember?
Oh, yeah.
I do that by myself. She can't keep up. Yesterday's date, 44 years ago yesterday, I enlisted into the United States Marine Corps. And then 29 years ago yesterday was when the wife and I met. She was on the CB radio calling for free beer, and me being the Casanova that I was back then, I said I'd buy her a free beer. She said she didn't drink, and I said, well, what about coffee? And we went and hung out at Denny's for 3 or 4 hours after that.
So you actually met your wife on the CB radio. What's the likelihood of that? Hey, we got to pause there.
USA News Update. Former Vice President Mike Pence says there are other differences between him and former President Trump than January 6th. Pence says he disagrees with Trump's stance that a 6-month abortion ban that's been passed in some states is too harsh. The 37-year-old businessman Vivek Ramaswamy told Fox News Sunday that he not only expects to win the Republican nomination, but the presidential election. A man is dead after he fell 4,000 feet from the Grand Canyon Skywalk in Arizona. Authorities came to the scene on June 5th and found the man was deceased. They are investigating. A Juneteenth celebration outside of Chicago was marred by a shooting. 1 person was killed and at least 20 people were injured. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, the first U.S. diplomat to visit China in 5 years, is holding discussions with officials. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty then, back as we close out the weekend and roll into the best day of the week. So Larry did pretty good, but he said no ribbon, but did get a few bucks back in the pocket. That's good. Hello, Pappy. Better late than never. Never. Happy Father's Day to all you nocturnal dads out there. Like most of you, it's a work night. With that said, 70 degrees the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Let's get the week started. Hammer down, be safe. Are you with me? Hey, you stole that line from Big Ed. It looks like Big Ed's on board. Ed says, hello, Denise Malloy. Steve, say hello to a new listener. And she's going to be going on the cruise. All right. Give us a full report there. Are you with me? Let's see here. We were talking to Captain Ron about actually meeting his wife on a CB radio. Phil checked in. He said, met my wife on the CB 35 years ago in the middle of a frozen lake in New Hampshire. Was out playing on the ice. How about that? So that was an anniversary of the day you met yesterday, right?
Right. I call it our metaversary.
Metaverse, okay.
our metaversary. So, yeah, I met her on the CB radio. You know, me being the Casanova that I was.
Mm-hmm.
We hung out at Denny's there for 3 or 4 hours, and her birthday is Saturday, so back then I sent her a dozen roses to her work. She worked at a Burger King back then, so I got her hook, line, and sinker, Steve.
How about that? But so what was she doing asking for a beer when she didn't drink?
Well, that was somebody's handle that she was calling for. The guy went by free beer.
Ah, okay. There you go.
Her brother worked for the guy, and he drove for overnight when they were still back around. He would run to Chicago and from Detroit to Chicago and back. And I was hanging out in the truck. I lived in the truck at that time. Yeah, it all worked out. So, anyway, let's see, what else was there? On that date, yesterday, her sister passed away 3 years ago.
Wow.
That's a pretty busy date
I'm
for us.
saying, yeah. Day to remember.
Yeah, I know. But I guess that's all I got for the night. I knew that story that you talked about. I didn't catch who you said it was, but I remember that story about him being on the lake meeting his wife. I think the last time I called, I think he messaged. Anyway, that's all I got for the night. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it. Well, hey, thanks for checking in, and happy birthday to the wife. Happy metaversary and all that good stuff as we kick off the new week here. I guess we've been kind of wagering. Will they get that stretch of I-95 open? Will it be weeks? Will it be months? How long is it going to take? That collapsed stretch of I-95 in Philadelphia, they tell us, will reopen within 2 weeks, according to the governor over the weekend. After being joined by the president on a helicopter tour, which, of course, closed to East Coast traffic since last weekend, Governor Shapiro says, we're getting it done here in Philly. A press briefing at the Philadelphia International Airport after the flyover that included members of Congress and the mayor. Now, Sir Shapiro offered a timeline that would be welcome news to commuters and long-haul truckers alike. I can state with confidence we will have I-95 reopened within the next 2 weeks. We're going to get traffic moving again thanks to the extraordinary work that's going on here. Folks here in Philly have a real renewed sense of civic pride through this project. There's something special happening in our community with people coming together. All right, we know the background, how it collapsed there under the heat of the overturned gas tanker. Let's see. Biden said, I've directed my team to move heaven and earth to get this done as soon as humanly possible. Yeah, there's no more important project right now in the country as far as I'm concerned. It's an all-hands-on-deck project. So the plan is, which they shared last week, bringing in 200 or 2,000 tons of what they refer to as lightweight glass nuggets. Crews are working round the clock until the interstate is open to traffic. And instead of rebuilding the overpass right away, they're going to use the recycled glass to fill in the collapsed area, hoping to avoid supply chain delays for other materials. After that, a replacement bridge will be built next to it to reroute traffic while crews excavate the fill to restore the exit ramp. So that's the plan. It's pretty innovative what they're doing there. Hopefully they get it all together. Looking here at the 19th of June, I guess that would be very good news because 4th of July and a big travel weekend, of course, 4th of July is on a Tuesday this year. So I guess the big travel will be on into the weekend of July 1, 1st and 2nd there, Saturday, Sunday. I don't know, folks going to make it a 4-day weekend, taking off Monday into Tuesday. I haven't even thought about what my plans are going to be for the July 4 celebration, Independence Day. All right, what's going on, Demon?
What do you say, man?
Another day in paradise?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of warm down here in Dallas tonight. It's 88 degrees.
At this hour?
Yeah.
Wow.
But what they say, the heat index in Houston was like 120, though.
I know it's been scorching.
Yeah. That's where I gotta go. I gotta go to Beaumont, but be kind of warm sitting down there. But I was gonna ask you about. Did you ever talk to that travel agent about what the dinner times are going to be and stuff?
Yeah, we're doing like we've always done. People can choose what they want for their time, but we do the 8 o'clock dining. So that's pretty much,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you had set it up where they everybody got late dinner, or give everybody the option or what.
Well, we set the 8 o'clock for the group, and then there's always a few people that diabetics and whatnot say, we can't wait that late to eat, kind of thing. So,
yeah. Well, I chose your time dining anyway, but that's just I want to see how that goes with this cruise coming up. See, and of course I got plenty of time to change it if I want to, but I'm gonna. Jim was saying, they really enjoyed your time dining because of the choices and stuff. But so you had a good Father's Day, huh?
Had a good weekend, yeah. Went out to, of course, had to do the Roosters thing Friday night because that was the princess's choice and my mom. And then
wait. It's supposed to be your choice.
Yeah, well, yeah. We did another chicken joint. We did Ron's Roost there on Saturday. Took the grandkids because we were watching Aubrey and Avery, and we had Rowan, of course, for Saturday night when they went to the wedding for Chris and Corinne there.
Right. I guess they done it, didn't they?
They done it. They're done hitched.
Yeah. I've seen some pictures and everything. But anyway. Yeah, that's all I was wanting to know. I just going to check and see. Everybody needs to get on board. You got, July something to pay a $25 deposit. Looks like going to have a pretty good crowd.
Yep.
But, well, like I said, I ain't got much to say, so I'll let you go, and y'all have a good morning.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in. Find a way to stay cool down there. The heat is on in Texas. Yeah, really, how long is that going to last? Some of that heat's actually going to begin building to the north and east. Let's go ahead and break it down in the coming days. First, we start with the feature bringing some damp weather to parts of northern New England, gradually tracking eastward away from the coast as we start the new week here. Another feature will slowly build southward from Canada, taking its place. As this storm departs into the Atlantic to start the week, high pressure moves back in from Canada, and that zone of high pressure will tend to dominate the pattern for much of this week as a sprawling disturbance settles across the southeastern U.S., which is going to be several days of generally dry conditions. In addition to the drier weather for most across the mid-Atlantic states in New England, temperatures going to begin trending a few degrees higher. Later today, Monday, as that high pressure takes over and pushes westward over the Great Lakes, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., forecast to climb into the mid-80s, near 90 for the start of the new week here, several degrees above normal. Harrisburg, PA, Baltimore, in Maryland, a few locations in northern Virginia could even approach the 90-degree mark here on Monday. If that occurs, it'll mark the second time this month the Baltimore-Washington International Airport hit 90 degrees after a new daily record was set back on June the 2nd, hit 97 degrees. Not as warm on Tuesday in both Philly and Washington, D.C. Temperatures expected only to reach the lower 80s. Even for spots a bit further south, Charlotte, Durham, North Carolina, we'll see a bit of a cooling trend by Tuesday, transitioning from 90, wrapping up the weekend, probably to the 70s. But throughout the week, drier, noticeably warmer conditions will be the central theme from the Dakotas to parts of northern New York on eastward into Maine. Many areas going to climb in the middle to upper 80s for much of this week. There will be a swath of the Midwest that could see multiple days in the lower 90s. So the thermostat's going to be cranking up. A wide swath of territory could be in line for substantial warmth. Temperatures approaching 90 degrees, places like Lansing, Michigan, Tuesday through at least Thursday. Highs around 90, possible even all the way up into Bangor, Maine, Thursday and Friday. So a big bulge, northward bulge in the jet stream is going to linger over the Great Lakes through much of this week. Mentioned earlier, in addition to the warmth building in across the Midwest, this pattern is going to kind of circulate the wildfire smoke in those hazy skies southward from Ontario and Quebec. Yeah, the steering wind's turning clockwise around the zone of high pressure. It's going to pull areas of smoke southward into Michigan, maybe portions of northern New York once again. So you'll have that hazy sunshine and poor air quality. Yeah, over the weekend, we did see those hazy skies across much of the Northeast and on into the Ohio Valley. I definitely noticed that there on Saturday afternoon and evening. All right, it is 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hello to Dave Harvey, who says the heat is bad in Texas. And so are the Cincinnati Reds. They just beat the Astros 3 in a row. Yeah, tied for first. Way to go. Yeah, I did actually got to see some of those games as we were dining over the weekend. Yeah, technically, the Reds are, a half game back. Milwaukee leads the division because the Reds have played one more game than Milwaukee. Milwaukee, 37 wins, 34 losses. Reds now, which are actually on in that victory yesterday. Yeah, sweeping Houston was an 8-game winning streak they're on now, I believe. 8 out of the last 10. 8 in a row. So how about that? Reds are at 37 wins, 35 losses. But yeah, that's pretty cool. They're on a roll, as they say. What do you say, High Tech?
Did you get my email?
Yes, I did, and I was kind of scouring through that. You call it a short story. It's maybe a short book. It's not real short, but that's interesting.
Well, it's about like the old Reader's Digest.
Right. That's interesting.
Yeah. Did you make it all the way through to chapter 10?
Right. Yeah. Steve's.
That was the punchline. That the chapter 10 was the see. If I gave it to a couple of people to read that had nothing to do with the trucking industry, and they could not see the satire in it.
Yeah.
But immediately, if you're a truck driver, there's certain things in that book that you realize it's really stupid.
Well, I mean, yeah. First of all, the guy's name was Steve. Of course, you didn't use the last name, and the Dave was you, obviously, and what the lot lizard scenario. The lot, we all know about the lot lizards.
Yeah, but somebody that doesn't know about somebody who's not in trucking wouldn't know what the lot lizard was.
Correct. They had no idea.
Yeah, so it would be like a sci-fi horror thing, whereas a truck driver would look at it and say, "Oh, this is satire."
Yeah.
So I just made it up. I says, "Well, I'm going to write Steve in as the hero. Actually, Princess is the hero, but you were willing to give your life to save all the truck drivers."
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd read that. I figured it would wind up under studies having internal trouble or files related to court. What is that other one that stands for crap? Studies having internal trouble. I can't say on the radio.
Right. Yeah. Well, I knew what it was all about, of course, and then I understood the whole scenario of a guy named Dave looking into my computer, and then because of my computer difficulties, and that was me.
Yeah. Well, I got I made an audio version of it. I stuck it in the what do you call it here, the chat thing there. So I made an audio where I actually put up some pictures of, where some ridiculously looking women, so it would. A little bit of eye candy. Nothing naked or nothing like that.
No. Yeah, it's most of it was the AI generated stuff.
Well, the pictures were. Did I send you the one with the pictures?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because of some of them in there was actually, you remember, Zeus was never actually in your studio. I photoshopped him in.
Correct. I saw that.
That had nothing to do with AI.
Sitting before the microphone. Yeah, I know you photoshopped that one. Yeah.
Actually, I photoshopped that while I was bored in the studio. It says, "Well, I don't think I'll ever be a radio show host. This is like boring." But I'm only good for writing short stories. I got the attention deficit thing, so I got the attention span of a gnat. So I don't think I'll ever be writing a novel. So anyway, the AI. I mean, yeah, it's. I actually make up the story, but the AI puts in all the grammar and the punctuation. Otherwise, I'm not that good at English class. Let's put it that way. So I physically get in there and I read to the AI. I said, I want this is what I want you to say, and I just speak it, and then it puts it in the format like it's supposed to be. So I don't know if you'd call that me writing it or the computer writing it. I guess I would call it a joint effort. I make it up,
combination,
and it puts it down.
Combination deal.
Yeah, well, the computer couldn't have never made that up because the computer would have never known about your old dusty computer and wouldn't have known about radio show hosts and all like that. So what did you find it funny, or was it like, what the heck was this?
I chuckled a little bit. I mean, because like I said, I got the whole satirical scenario of it. The lot lizard aliens taking over the trucking world.
Yeah, so what you ought to do is give it to somebody that's not in the trucking industry and ask them what they think of it, and they'll give you a totally another opinion. If somebody doesn't know what a lot lizard is, you'll hear a totally different story. So it's like a dual purpose story for somebody that's never been in trucking. They would have no idea what all that satire was. But I thought I really liked my chapter 10.
There you go.
Because that brings it all the satire comes into what is going on in the world today. But I'm not going to ruin the story for everybody else out there listening. They'll just have to follow that link, and they can listen to it while they're going down the road after the show, of course.
That's a good teaser. Yeah.
After the show, because it's in audio. It's only 20 minutes in audio form. I mean, if you're a fast read, there's no way for me to put the PDF into this chat. I mean, Facebook has no way for me to put a document in there, so the only way I can do it is put it in as an audio.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to be reading while you're driving down the road anyway.
Not a good idea.
What else is going on?
Hey, just wrapping up the weekend. Had a good Father's Day weekend. I see Kyle was way out west with our Hot Shot Secret crew at the NH National Hot Rod Diesel Association race over the weekend, Seattle. Yeah, but we got to pause there. We'll get our news break and return with more after this.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. Former Attorney General Bill Barr calls former President Trump a, quote, consummate narcissist.
He constantly engages in reckless conduct that puts his political followers at risk, the conservative and Republican agenda at risk.
Barr, appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, added that Trump's conduct alleged in the federal indictment is, quote, not an isolated example. Chris Christie says the idea of a pledge to support the next Republican nominee is a, quote, useless idea.
I'll take the pledge in 2024 just as seriously as Donald Trump took the pledge in 2016.
Christie, a GOP presidential candidate speaking on CNN's State of the Union, pointed out that Trump was the only candidate in 2016 who did not agree to the pledge. One person is dead and at least 20 people are injured after a shooting at a Juneteenth celebration near Chicago. Multiple victims were taken to a hospital. 2 people are reportedly in critical condition. 2 Americans allegedly attacked in Germany have been identified. Police say Eva Liu was attacked by a 30-year-old American man she met hiking. Liu's friend Kelsey Chang tried rescuing her, but was pushed down a steep slope. The American man is in custody on suspicion of murder, attempted murder, and attempted sexual offense. The Supreme Court won't rule on 2 major issues until at least Thursday.
Decisions on cases involving affirmative action and President Biden's student loan debt relief plan were not included in Friday's release of opinions. 2 cases involving Harvard and the University of North Carolina will determine if race can be used as a factor in college admissions. Meanwhile, there are 2 cases that have yet to have opinions issued on them centered on the president's plan to cancel some student loans. There are still 18 opinions to be released from the High Court in its current term. I'm Scott Carr.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Former Vice President Mike Pence says there are other differences between him and former President Trump than just January 6th. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, the GOP presidential hopeful says he disagrees with Trump's belief that a 6-month abortion ban that's been passed in some states is too harsh. Pence also claimed that Trump's position on the national debt is the same as President Biden's. More senators want to know about the proposed merger of 2 pro-golf organizations.
First, it was the Senate Investigations Committee. Now the Senate Finance Committee is opening what's called a wide-ranging investigation into the finances surrounding the PGA Tour's deal with the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund, the principal owner of the LIV Golf Tour. Committee Chair Ron Wyden of Oregon says the deal raises questions about whether the PGA Tour can continue to enjoy tax-exempt status after tying itself to the authoritarian Saudi regime. Wyden has also called on the Justice Department's Antitrust Division to scrutinize the deal. I'm Richard Johnson.
Veteran NBA player Lou Williams is retiring from basketball after a 17-year career. He made the announcement on Sunday with a YouTube video narrated by his daughter. Williams is a 3-time Sixth Man Award winner. The 36-year-old was drafted by the Sixers in 2005. The hit Netflix series Squid Game is gearing up for its return. Lee Jung-jae will return in the lead role. The second season will debut next year. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back on a Monday, 19th day of June coming on here. There you go, get the new week started. Really hard to believe. July 4, Independence Day, just around the corner here. Had an awful lot of people doing fireworks this past evening. And I was thinking, I wonder if they celebrate like the Juneteenth thing with fireworks. I guess today is actually the holiday, right? Juneteenth, as they call it. The Emancipation Proclamation. Hello to Debbie. Morning, Steve. It's a nice 68 degrees here in the Hoosier, heading up to 78. A woodpecker and I had a great time in Mackinac last week. That's a great place to visit. We're continuing to pray for Gilligan's daughter. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, everybody stay safe out there, especially my special driver, and have a marvelous Monday. Yeah, Gilligan had posted over the weekend. I guess they got a call that his daughter had been involved in an accident, I believe in Indiana. He did post later on that she wasn't seriously hurt, but they were having to go from their home 20 there in West Virginia to go get her. I guess the car was undrivable, and that's about all the info I had seen. Like I said, he did post later that she's okay. I guess a bit sore, and that's about all I've seen. So I'll see if I can get an update if he posted anything new this past day to give us an update. But I'm assuming that's Bolt, his daughter. Yeah, I guess she was a vacation in somewhere. And so they had to make that drive to pick her up over the weekend. So, prayers for Bolt. Meanwhile, back to high-tech air.
Yeah, I was just thinking, you're grandpa now, ain't you?
Yeah, I am, 3 times.
How old are they?
Aubrey is 3. That's the young the granddaughter. Then Avery is 9. Rowan is 11.
Well, I've been writing some stories that are more suitable for maybe the 11 and 9-year-old, but the 3-year-old, the only thing I'm writing for them are short Bible stories. I don't reckon their mama likes to read Bible stories to the kids, do they?
I think they do, yes.
Well, in that case, I'll look in your email. I'll send you a copy. What the premise of the Bible stories are. Right now, I'm still in Genesis because it takes a long time. Is that it's a mama dog reading to her puppies. Well, she's not reading to her puppies. She's telling her the story of what happened in Genesis 1 to her puppies. And the puppies are all sitting around, and the mama dog's telling it to her puppies. And, there's a couple of pictures in there, but it's supposed to make it a funny story that would keep a kid's interest in something that they probably wouldn't understand until they're much older.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been told I have a child mind anyway, so it comes pretty easy to me.
Okay.
But, and now I got an old one for the older kids that they could read themselves. It's in the format of the Venetian Attack, but it's more like a little hero. It's like the old Lassie dog. Remember Lassie and dogs like that? And it was where this little dog goes riding around the truck, and it's more educational because every city they ride from city to city, and it gives a little, like when they went through Memphis, it tells about Elvis and the pyramid and the Mississippi, and every town that they travel through, they get a little short history lesson of every town they go through. So it's a combination of entertaining geography and some funny anecdotes of this little dog and truck driver going across the country. Of course, they do some hero stuff like save people, and I think in one of them, the little dog finds a lost girl that's run away from her truck stop, stuff like that. So, yeah, it's made for young, but that one I think is a 40-minute one. I made a video. Did I send you that one, or have you already seen it?
I don't think I've seen that one.
I think the title of that one was Jake the Road Dog, and then there's another one I made. Remember the old song? I think I told you I was going to do one about that song, Red Solvine. Did it, Little Joe? I turned it into a book where Little Joe, rides around, and
was that the
they talk about
Teddy
the
Bear?
hours. Huh?
Was that the song of Teddy Bear, the sad song?
Teddy Bear, yeah, Little Joe, where Little Joe winds up being the driver's eyes.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, before he loses his sight, they drive around, they discuss the hours of service, everything from the hours of service to hauling New York City garbage out of New York, is thrown in that story. So I just took the song and I expanded it into a 40-minute read. So
Well, did you realize
That's what I'm-
over the years of Lassie being filmed, do you know how many different dogs played the part of Lassie? I think it was something seven different dogs. I think were used over that series.
And most of them were male dogs. They wasn't females. Because the big hairy coat and the big mane are all males. The female collies don't look like that. So they were all the Lassies. I think there was one that was a female, but the rest of them are all male dogs. So most people don't know that they were all males. Hey, I got another one. Remember the Taco Bell Chihuahua?
Absolutely. Ya quiero Taco
That
Bell.
was not a Chihuahua.
No?
No, that was a red miniature pinscher.
Ah, okay.
So it wasn't even everybody, said, "Oh, the red." I said, "No, that's kind of an ugly miniature pinscher." But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that they put up these dogs that are not what they appear to be. So I figure if I'm writing a story, I can make it be a Great Dane, or I can make it be a Chihuahua. And seeing as that I raise miniature pinschers, I have chosen for it to be miniature pinschers. I see somebody on the chat group's got a min pin as their whatchamacallit, their Phil Lambert there on your.
Yeah.
So there's another min pin out there besides mine, and one of my dogs I just delivered a while ago is going to a driver. So I've got several of my dogs out on the road right now.
Well, they're just the right size for being a trucker's companion, right? And you don't have to buy their food in 50-pound bags. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, again, as we close out Father's Day weekend. The story, you could call her the mother of Father's Day. The late Sonora Smart Dodd launched the celebration of dads in 1910 in her hometown of Spokane, Washington. And as a result, she's the one responsible for the gifts, the embarrassing, silly-looking ties, or the finger paintings from the little kids. It's a tradition that Dodd decided to start as she sat in a Spokane church on Mother's Day of 1909, listening to a sermon about none other than Mother's Day. And it kind of bugged her, according to her granddaughter. Or it's the great-granddaughter. She said, well, why isn't there a Father's Day? Dodd and her 5 younger brothers, after all, had been raised by their father after their mother passed away in childbirth in 1898. William Jackson Smart became a farmer after fighting in the Civil War. He not only held down both parental roles, but did it with leadership and love, according to his daughter. And she believed he ought to get some credit. She worked tirelessly with the local clergy, got the YMCA on board, and had their first Father's Day in Spokane in 1910. Although the story predicted the celebration would go nationwide by the next year, Father's Day was actually pretty slow to catch on. So much so that Dodd spent the next 62 years lobbying everyone from presidents to retailers for support. Finally, believe it or not, it was 1972 when then President Richard Nixon declared the 3rd Sunday of June a federal holiday honoring dads. Dodd passed away at the age of 96 in 1978, so she actually lived to see her dream come true. A Renaissance woman, the mother of Father's Day, was a painter, poet, businesswoman, running a funeral home with her husband while raising the couple's only son, a future father named Jack. But the story of, believe it or not, it was 1972 before Father's Day was actually recognized nationally. Took a lot of time, didn't it? And we return into Daryl. Got you coming up here. We'll say hello to Senior Heatwave on a Monday morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, late last week, I shared the story about a major ransomware attack that had impacted numerous federal agencies. Apparently, to some extent, the trucking industry was involved as well. Wide-scale ransomware attack threatening state driver's licensing agencies in both Louisiana and Oregon, leaving the data of millions of license holders compromised. Friday, state officials confirmed that they were affected by that data breach inflicted by the global hack on the popular file-sharing tool called MoveIt Transfer. It's a widely used third-party data transfer tool. It was a Russian hacker group called CLOP, the ransomware gang, that's claimed credit for the attack, but so far state officials say they've not been contacted about ransoms. But both the Oregon DOT and Louisiana Office of Motor Vehicles have confirmed they were affected. Oregon DOT said the personal information of about 3.5 million holders of Oregon IDs or driver's licenses may be compromised. While much of this information is available broadly, some of it is sensitive personal information. We do not have the ability to identify if any specific individual's data has been breached. But if you have an active Oregon ID or driver's license, you should assume information related to that ID is part of this breach, they say. We recommend individuals take precautionary measures to protect themselves from misuse of this information, accessing and monitoring your personal credit reports. Louisiana state officials didn't provide info on how many people were affected by their data breach, but the governor, Bell Edwards, says that there is no indication at this time that hackers have used or released Louisiana data. However, they did recommend that Louisiana motor vehicle customers take several actions. Prevent unauthorized new account openings or loans. Monitor your credit score. Change all your passwords. Protect your tax refund information with the Internal Revenue Service. They said check on your Social Security benefits. And, of course, report any suspected identity theft to the authorities. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, as well as the FBI, issued an advisory on this ransomware gang exploiting MoveIt back on June the 7th. So, of course, that means many truck drivers licensed in the states of both Louisiana and Oregon may have had your personal information. All right, Daryl, what's happening?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family?
Family's doing well. How about yourself?
Well, I had fun over the Father's Day. My son and daughter came to visit me and brought me a hammock. And I put it up between two trees, and the dogged thing works. You feel pretty peaceful lying in a hammock on a Sunday afternoon.
Now, you mean you can actually get in it without it flipping you on the face forward on the ground?
Well, believe it or not, the people from Ecuador and El Salvador taught me how to do that. They all use one, and they showed me perfectly how to get in and get out. How's the son doing with Stryker?
Doing well. I did get to see Stryker ever so briefly as he was walking him there before he went to the wedding Saturday afternoon. He's looking good. Beautiful dog.
Do you know if they give him orders in Czechoslovakian or Russian or German or English? Or they usually use some foreign language.
It is Czechoslovakian. You are correct. That's it.
Yes. I got a kick out of that first time I heard that because most of the perps out there can't understand Czechoslovakian.
All right.
When you went to your trip recently over into Indiana, did you go through Columbus, Indiana?
Yes, we did. Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the headquarters of Cummins Engines. Cummins Diesels.
Yeah. Come to think of it, it is. Yeah, we didn't stop in Columbus on the way, but yeah, we did roll through there.
We call them Cummins Cummins when I was running, and noisy Detroits, oil slinging Detroits, and humming Cummins. I was at a man's retreat recently up in Western New York, and they have another Cummins diesel place up there, and I was with some of the engineers, and it was kind of interesting talking about number 24 engine and the engines they're getting ready for 2024.
Mm-hmm.
But they're always upgrading those things and making them different every year. My computer wouldn't work over the weekend. I just had a black screen. I thought I had been hacked, and my grandson was visiting. I asked him to look at my computer, and he said, "Well, Grandpa, it is not plugged in."
That'll make a difference.
I mean, the kid really knows how to embarrass his grandpa.
Yeah.
The screen came on, everything works perfectly, but I swore I had been hacked. I took my car to the shop recently, and they put in a new cabin filter, and I just wondered how many folks out in Radio Land knew a car has a cabin filter, but it affects the air conditioning. So instead of cursing the air conditioning for not cooling the car, check your cabin filters, usually behind the glove box.
Mm-hmm.
And most men that know mechanics can change them themselves, but the majority of the people have to get them changed. They cost $25 to $35, but it's cheaper than rolling down the windows and being hot all summer.
I think I was nearly 40 years old before I ever heard of such a thing as a cabin filter.
A guy brought me mine, and it was dirty as dirty could be. I forgot that I was supposed to change it. I've been driving this car for a couple of years. But I think it would make a lot of difference in how the car cooled.
Sure.
In the summertime.
Sure. Just
with
like
a clean filter. I tell people it's like holding your finger over your nose and trying to breathe. It's not good.
You know how
I'll
many?
let you go. I enjoyed listening to the guy writing the book because I've been wanting to write a book, and I really enjoyed listening to that segment you had on.
Very good. Yeah, high tech. Well, all right, Daryl. Thank
Yeah.
you very much. You have a great morning, and hope you had a good Father's Day weekend, which he said he did. Speaking of obviously, on your cabin air filter, you know how many calls that the HVAC, their heating and air technicians get in the summertime? People complaining about their AC. It ain't cooling. Yeah, can't get and they'll show up. First thing they're going to check is the air filter, and they'll pull that air filter out, and it'll be, just totally plugged. Essentially, there ain't no air flowing across your cooling coils to cool off your house. And it's amazing how many people, and a lot of times you'll end up paying, $75, $100 service call just for them to show up at your door to say, well, you need a new air filter. Hello. Yeah, keep a supply. And I know a lot of people mark it on their calendar every 60 days or whatever to change the air filter. Typically, I'm guilty myself of forgetting to change air filters. If I start noticing, the AC doesn't seem to be cooling as well, I'll check and say, oh man, I needed to change that a month ago. But hey, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. A lot of interesting stuff as we get the new week started. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. At least 4 people are dead after shootings in 3 different states. 2 people were killed and 3 others are injured after a shooting near the Beyond Wonderland EDM Festival in Washington state. Presidential hopeful Asa Hutchinson is urging fellow Republicans to back off from accusations that the Department of Justice is being weaponized. The former Arkansas governor said the GOP needs to go back to being the rule of law party. The chair of the House Intelligence Committee says China is feeling the heat from the U.S. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Republican Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio talked about a bipartisan committee House Speaker Kevin McCarthy formed to deal with the threat of China. The SEC and Binance are agreeing to avoid a full freeze of the platform and keep American customer assets in the U.S. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck. A 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. And it's a Monday, so in typical fashion, plenty of room for you on the lines. Now, the news that came out last week, I thought it was good news that good progression was being made between UPS workers and the Teamsters. You know, the announcement of agreeing to put air conditioning in the newer delivery vehicles. I guess maybe getting the cart ahead of the horse. UPS workers are planning a work stoppage in coming weeks amid the Teamster-led contract negotiations, according to the report from CDL Life. 97% of Teamsters members voted to approve a strike that could start as early as August 1, according to the announcement Friday. Of course, the Teamsters represent 340,000 UPS workers nationwide. If the strike were to occur, it would be the largest single employer strike in U.S. history. Now, that vote coming during contract negotiations taking place between unionized UPS workers and the company ahead of the existing contract expiring July 31st. Now, the Teamsters say they're fighting for a new 5-year agreement to guarantee higher wages for all workers, more full-time jobs, an end to forced overtime and harassment from management, and the elimination of a 2-tier wage system, as well as protection for workers against excessively hot conditions on the job. Of course, last week, as I said, UPS agreed to equip new delivery trucks with air conditioning, but older trucks would remain un-air conditioned. Now, most of these older vehicles would have new fans installed rather than air conditioning. But this vote shows that hundreds of thousands of Teamsters are united and determined to get the best contract in our history at UPS. If this multi-billion-dollar corporation fails to deliver on the contract that our hardworking members deserve, UPS will be striking itself. That's the quote from Teamsters General President Sean O'Brien. This strike authorization vote sends a clear message to UPS that our members are damned and determined to take necessary action to secure a historic contract that respects their dedication and sacrifice. General Secretary Treasurer Fred Zuckerman says our members are the backbone of UPS. They're the reason this corporation hauled in more than $100 billion in revenue just last year. It's time for UPS to pay up. Now, UPS also issued a statement on the Teamster vote, which says the results do not mean that a strike is imminent and does not impact our current business operation in any way. We continue to make progress on key issues and remain confident we'll reach an agreement that provides wins for our employees, the Teamsters, our company, and the customers. So again, I thought everything was, looking hunky-dory last week, but then comes the word Friday afternoon. 97% of those who voted authorizing a strike. Well, good morning, Senor.
Good morning, Senor. Well, I won't ask you how you doing because I've already heard it 3 or 4 times. You're doing fine.
Doing fine, yes.
Of course, I don't want to get blowed up either, but just in case. Well, I appreciate all the congratulatory comments on Lady Heatwave and I being hitched for 23 years this past Friday. And it was a Friday in June of 2000 that we had gotten married. So, I mean, I don't know how often that happens, when that special day hits that.
Mm-hmm.
So that was something to be in awe of. Yeah, she and I, we met on love@AOL.com. And, apparently her brother and her sister put her up on there. She wasn't real happy with them, and she still ain't real happy with them. But yeah, I mean, I first date I took her out to a 50s style restaurant, and it was called Yesterday's in Albuquerque, and it was inside a stainless steel, kind of like what you see on the movies, where it's looks like a stainless steel train car that's rounded.
Mm-hmm.
You just walk in. Well, anyways, I mean, they had a bunch of 50s rock and roll songs and I guess paraphernalia would probably be the right word. So that's where I had my job interview with her. So, and after that, a month later, she and I got married. And no, she wasn't drunk, folks. Well, she might have been drunk in love with me, but she wasn't 3 sheets in a breeze going, "Oh yeah, I'll marry this clown. What could that possibly happen?" So, anyways, thank y'all again for all y'all's kind congratulatory and kind words.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got a call from Lady Heatwave Saturday saying that there were armed forces deployed on U.S. soil, and that was on YouTube. And I don't know how many people had seen that video, but it struck me kind of weird. And I told her, I said, look, take it with a grain of salt. I said, our military is already deployed here in the States. I said, every base you got, well, that's where they were deployed to. They said they had a video of a tilt rotor CB-22 Osprey that was going real slow and low over, I think they called it Larkspur, California, which I guess is just below San Jose. And I mean, the guy was just going off. We have a red alert here. And I was watching it, and I said, well, the Osprey is not a helicopter. It is a tilt rotor. I said, and if they were deploying, people for whatever reason, it wouldn't have been that slow getting to where they needed to be. It would have been right there down. People would have gotten off, and it would have been right back up and running. And it wouldn't have just been one aircraft. It would have been several. So I told her, I said, don't worry about it. Another thing that was a red flag was him saying, this is a red alert, no one else is reporting it. I was like, yep, now that tells me that they're trying to be independent, and obviously they were not. It was like a spoof. Then they were calling the Golden Gate Bridge the Golden State Bridge. And that's about 4 minutes into this thing, and I said, you know what, that's just total horse pucky. So
there's constantly military training going on all over the country. I mean, sometimes they're doing it in urban areas, big cities. You've constantly got National Guard. That's why your National Guard, what is it, like 2 weeks, twice a year, they have to go in for training and all that? Sure.
Yeah, they're reserves and National Guard, and right now would be the time that they would, And you may see convoys going up and down the highways, or even equipment on the trains. It's like, it's okay, folks. Don't worry about it. Don't sweat the details. So, I swear, some folks are a little gullible. But yeah, that's pretty much what we had going on. I think in Albuquerque over the weekend, we had a shooting at a barbecue joint that was right next to a state police bunker, office, whatever you want to call it. So I don't know. I think two people were shot, one died, and it was a very popular barbecue joint. It's like, I know it's getting hot out there, but we don't need to have this going on. Someone's soda pop was a little bit fuller than the other, or someone else's ribs had more meat on it than the other person. I don't know what all was going on, but yeah, it's been crazy. I've seen porn star sent me some pictures of the proposed contract for ABF, and boy howdy, they are making out like bandits if they do ratify the contract. And so they're getting a large chunk of change starting off July 1st if they go ahead and ratify the contract. I talked to people in our group, in our, with Yellow, and I asked them what do they think. One of them happened to be a dispatching manager for CF when they shut down the doors. He says, well, I'm updating my resume. Others are jumping ship, and others are just like me, figure, well, we'll just go ahead and run this river until it either dries up or lands us in a pretty good reservoir. I tell you, it seems like it's the old same song and dance that they've done when they purchased Roadway. And then again, a couple of years later, when they were asking for confessions, when they bought out USF, Redaway, and Holland. So, it's just been bad management. Them coming up and saying, well, if we don't get this thing done by August 1st, we're going to run out of money. And it's like, well, I'll never been very good at gambling, but I think I'll gamble on this one, because it seems like a lot of the rank and file there in our bunch there in New Mexico, they've seen it before. They've been there long enough. They've seen it before a couple of times, and they're just not believing the BS that's going on by corporate. But I'm still updating my resume just on the in case I need to throw it out pretty quick. So other than that,
better safe than sorry, as they say.
Yeah.
Be prepared.
Yep. So we're heading home from Denver, and guess we're going to take a couple of nights off and get back out probably Wednesday morning, Wednesday evening, and we'll fight for the loads again like we've been doing so these last couple of weeks. I tell you what, I've never had to work so hard seeing that we can get loads. They go to Southern California and they turn around and send us back to Albuquerque. And I mean, if we don't have a load that turns around and goes back, well, we're just sitting on our butts, not doing anything but hoping and praying. And sometimes that don't work with this company. But anyways, so other than that, I hope you had a good Father's Day weekend. I know I posted some stuff out there over my high school class page, and also on your page and on my page as well. And yeah, I've been getting a lot of happy on these days. So, and I know if I didn't respond to everybody out there, just please know that I said what I needed to say when I put it out there, but I do appreciate everyone wishing everybody a happy Father's Day out there. And like I said Sunday, there's some men out there that weren't able to father a child. And, but there are some children that do look up to these men as a father figure.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the greatest stepfathers out there of all was Joseph, with the way he was raising Jesus. Not out of fear from God, but out of love for the child. So that's the way we all need to look at it. So with that being said, Senor, I'll go ahead and let you go. You have yourself a good morning, and we'll holler at y'all later.
All right, glad you had an enjoyable Father's Day weekend there. Thank you very much, Senor Heatwave. And it's 844-844-3388. So we've been talking food inflation for several years now. And for at least some items in the grocery, get ready to fork over even more. Not good news out of Florida for those who love a cold glass of orange juice for breakfast. Orange lovers across the country should expect a sour surprise. Orange prices are going up after the latest agriculture report showing Florida farmers recorded the lowest orange crop in 90 years, nearly a century. The aftermath of back-to-back hurricanes in 22, together with the devastating impact of the citrus greening disease, as they call it, has left farmers with record low profits. One fourth-generation farmer in Groveland, Florida, says, as you can imagine, in the aftermath of the storm, it's extremely low, the lowest since World War II statewide, which is not sustainable for an industry going forward. Well, we have to go up from here. But the once vibrant orange groves in Groveland produced a record low year. Glenn Beck's farm, Beck Brothers Citrus, recorded a staggering 60% loss. Now, he said some producers across the state saw even more. He said, at 60%, we were one of the lucky ones. There have been many growers that suffered 90% and even 100% losses. Now, that's tough to come back from. Persistence, just trying to keep going, it's less than desirable. Many of us feel like, okay, with a little luck and changing some cultural practices, we can maybe maneuver around this and stay in business. I know there's many of you trying to hold on. At the same time, there's many that have unfortunately had to exit the industry. So for those of us that are left, we're trying to stay in it. But yeah, last hurricane season devastated the orange crops. The dire situation worsened with a hard freeze in January. Farmers believe the citrus greening disease poses the most significant challenge, though. Infected orange trees bearing bitter greenish fruits that cannot be sold. I've never seen it this bad, says another farmer. And in terms of the greening disease, there's always been a multitude of pests and diseases to fight, but this one, by far the worst. Worse than everything else combined. We're currently producing oranges in about 6 counties. Even though geographically it's spread out, all of them encountered the same problems. Yeah, the disease is so widespread, it's everywhere. Now, after a record low harvest, farmers are still waiting on help from Washington. Florida Citrus Mutual, which has served Florida citrus producers for over 70 years, is advocating for farmers that are still struggling to recover. CEO said in May, discussing hurricane relief with the Department of Agriculture, Congress back in December appropriated money for disaster relief, and there was money for agriculture nationwide, which would include the disasters in Florida last year. Unfortunately, we've not seen any of that aid make it down to the state yet. Hoping that maybe some of those funds are going to start flowing. I mean, it's 8 months after the storm, and you can imagine the difficulty the growers are having recovering. Well, it's not just the oranges in Florida. We've been talking the drought conditions in the heartland, and especially in the state of Iowa. Things aren't looking real good. They need some rain. Big time. From the heartland comes word of a drought threatening one of America's major food-producing states. Over the weekend, Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa, a state that historically leads the nation in corn production, sharing the woeful condition of one field that was used previously to grow corn. It looks like soybeans have now been rotated in among the remaining stalks of last year's harvest. But the new crop, soybean, even suffering from a serious problem. We need rain. Yeah, the no-till bean in last year's corn stover is beginning to look like a bean field, but if you observe the plant up close, you'll see colorations that result from drought. 95 to 99% of the counties are in some stage of drought, according to Grassley. Nothing to joke about in the conditions hitting Iowa. KCCI-TV at least said one part of the state's been under a drought warning since 2020. The current drought monitor released last week shows large areas of northern and central Iowa abnormally dry, one section of western Iowa in extreme drought. Most of the state is in moderate drought, with scattered places in severe drought. Suffering through the state of Iowa, suffering through their 14th driest spring on record. Now, it reported that parts of Iowa have suffered through rainfall deficits for up to 4 inches. I mean, these are places that have seen maybe just like 5% of their normal rainfall. These are big, big deficits, especially this time of year. The Iowa State Department of Agronomy said July, the upcoming month, is going to tell the tale for the state's corn crop. If we have hot, dry weather during corn pollination, that's going to reduce the number of kernels we'll have in an ear. If it stays dry after pollination, we're going to see impacts on kernel size. The USDA director for the Midwest Climate Heads said this spring's drought it's not a one-shot problem. If this would have been 2 years ago, it wouldn't have been as big of an issue. Right now, though, we're on top of these multiple dry seasons, and it's really adding to the problem. So corn prices potentially going up. Orange prices undoubtedly going to be going up. All right, a couple minutes before we hit our top of the hour news break here, after which we'll get back to your calls. Lines clear at 844-844-3388. All right, had the horrific crash, the bus versus the semi last week. Yeah, late last week there in Canada. Got a bit of an update on the weekend. This was actually a bus carrying mostly seniors to a casino that crashed with the semi, killing 15. And they're saying now the bus did not have the right-of-way. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police said, we've obtained witness statements from passing motorists that kind of corroborated what investigators saw on the dash cam video for the semi-truck. The video indicates the bus entered the roadway where the semi-truck had the right-of-way. We don't know why the bus proceeded. Haven't been able to speak to the driver of the bus who is hospitalized. Yeah, the truck driver has been released from the hospital. Now, we're not assigning blame at this point because the investigation continues. The officers are now looking into whether the truck possibly had mechanical problems. They've not yet identified the bodies of the 15 killed. Ages of those deceased ranges from the age of 58 to 88. Yeah, most of them were women, 19 women, 6 men. But they were on a day trip from Dauphin, Manitoba, traveling on the Trans-Canada Highway. 6 of the 10 that survived are in critical condition.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Jerry Marmash. The cleanup is underway in Tulsa after storms rocked the city with 100-mile-per-hour winds. Mayor G.T. Bynum, who declared an emergency, describes what it looks like on the ground.
Tornado-level winds, the speed and the velocity of wind that you would usually see with a tornado, only this is spread out all across the city.
Bynum said crews are working on clearing roads and restoring power to homes and businesses. Former Vice President Mike Pence says voters should know there are differences between him and former President Trump that go beyond January 6th.
After leading the most pro-life administration in American history, former running mate has taken to calling some pro-life bills at the state level too harsh.
The GOP candidate appearing on NBC's Meet the Press also said Republican candidates in 2022 who focused on the future did better than candidates who, quote, dwelled on the past. Self-described outsider Vivek Ramaswamy is not lacking self-assurance in his run for president in 2024.
I'm confident we're going to not only win the election, but do it in a landslide like what Reagan did in 1980.
Ramaswamy on Fox News Sunday said it will take an outsider to get the job done as president. The second day at the electronic dance music festival Beyond Wonderland was canceled after 2 people were fatally shot. It happened Saturday night at a campground outside the Gorge Amphitheater in Washington state. The local sheriff's office says the suspect was taken into custody. 1 person is dead and at least 20 people are injured after a shooting at a Juneteenth celebration outside of Chicago. Police say 2 of the wounded are in critical condition. No arrests have been announced. Police are investigating a man's death at the Grand Canyon Skywalk. The victim fell 4,000 feet. The Skywalk is a glass bridge that extends 70 feet out over the rim of the canyon. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
There's a push in Congress to provide funding for a new treatment for veterans suffering from PTSD.
Congressman Dan Crenshaw, a Texas Republican and Navy SEAL veteran, is pushing a bill to provide veterans suffering from PTSD with access to experimental drug treatment.
We're never going to understand the extent to which psychedelics can help our service members until we start actually doing the necessary clinical trials in a controlled environment.
The proposed legislation allocates a $75 million federal grant program to support research on magic mushrooms and ecstasy as potential remedies for depression and anxiety. I'm John Schaefer.
Washington Wizards star Bradley Beal is reportedly getting traded to the Phoenix Suns. ESPN says Beal will go to Phoenix for a trade package that includes Chris Paul, several second-round picks, and pick swaps. Once finalized, he would join stars Kevin Durant and Devin Booker in Phoenix. West Virginia's men's basketball coach Bob Huggins has resigned following a DUI arrest.
Huggins was arrested Friday night in Pittsburgh with a blood alcohol content more than twice Pennsylvania's legal limit, according to a police report. The incident comes just over a month after Huggins faced discipline for using an anti-gay slur during an interview with a Cincinnati radio station. Following that, the university reduced Huggins' salary by $1 million and suspended him for the first 3 games of next season. One of the most recognizable coaches in the sport, Huggins won over 860 games between his time at 4 schools. I'm Chris Carraggio.
I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome in or welcome aboard, whatever the case may be, for those just joining us as we close out Father's Day weekend. Make our way into a Monday, 19th of June. And we'll get back to your calls ahead at 844-844-3388. Of course, coming up, we'll take a look at the tropics, which they say are beginning to heat up this week. Couple of areas of concern. Clusters of showers and thunderstorms several hundred miles off the west coast of Africa that are indeed showing indications of organization. So closely monitoring the tropical rainstorm for development over the coming days. It's not out of the question for a tropical depression to form in the Atlantic sometime early this week. So again, we'll give you more on that coming up here. Friday, going back to the world of politics, Joe Biden, many scratching their head, wondering, and just adding to the concerns of his cognitive abilities. Biden causing an uproar of confusion after closing his remarks at a Connecticut summit on gun control reform with a phrase more closely identified with the country that has previously declared its independence from, closing the speech at the National Safer Communities Summit in West Hartford. Biden told the crowd a storm might be approaching the area, and he wouldn't be able to shake hands with all the attendees. He also uttered another iconic line once used toward a student who questioned him about his fourth place standing in the 2020 Iowa caucuses. Biden says, quote, is that the truth? Now, don't make a lie. Yeah, the scene in the John Wayne movie, don't make me a dog-faced lion pony soldier. Yeah. All right, I'll stand in front of each section. No, really, I mean it. If you can see the camera, they can see you, and it's the least consequential part of this whole meeting for you, I promise. What the hell does that? What's he saying? To the confusion of observers, he concluded, all right, God save the Queen, man. Then he starts looking around, where to go? Yeah, what direction do I go? Of course, the current monarch of the UK is King Charles III, as the Queen died in September. Of course, Connecticut, where Biden was speaking, was one of the 13 colonies to declare its independence from Britain in 1776. The Constitution state ratified the founding document 235 years ago, the fifth state to do so. Biden's Delaware, notably, was the very first. God save the Queen. Now, Friday's White House pool report, which many news outlets rely on for a tick-tock of the president's public schedule, also appeared flummoxed at his remark. Folks watching online heard the final utterance, God save the Queen, man. Several of you have asked why he might have said it. I have no idea, the pool report says. Other poolers likewise have no idea. Outside the press pool, the reaction to his closing utterance met with equal scrutiny. Questions about his widely discussed cognitive ability. I've seen countless drunk people say something totally obscure like, God save the Queen, and jaunt around like a Joe Biden just did, trying to play it off like they were sober. I mean, he truly appears incapacitated. Chad Gilmartin, a deputy spokesman for the White House, for the House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, reacted by keying into something Biden often tells critics who question his abilities. Watch me, Joe Biden. Yes, how much longer can this keep going on? Some observers wondered aloud Friday if the process to invoke the amendment to remove the president should be started. Will anyone invoke the 25th Amendment, says the Daily Signal investigative columnist Roman Jankowski ended his gun control event with a baffling remark. God save the Queen, man. What the hell? Congressman Dan Crenshaw responded to the comment simply with an image of the former President George Washington rolling his eyes. Joe Biden has lost it, says Fox News contributor Lear Terrell. Was it in response to something? Meredith said, we're still trying to figure it out. Were they playing a Monty Python skit or something? A response from some UK natives, equally critical, as a former aide to the late Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher appeared to question Biden's cognitive abilities. Joe Biden fully in charge of his faculties? That's the question. The dementia is so bad that he now thinks he's British, according to the State Freedom Caucus Network. Of course, back in May of last year, remember, dozens of lawmakers demanded he take a cognitive test or drop his reelection bid. That effort led by Ronnie Jackson, who actually served as President Obama and President Trump's White House physician. That included 61 lawmakers concerned with his current cognitive state and ability. Now, we believe, regardless of gender, age, or political party, all presidents should document and demonstrate sound mental abilities. We don't have that. God save the Queen, man. Okay, it is 844-844-3388. Hello to Kevin, who says, good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Santa Claus checking in here on a Monday. Top of the morning, Steve, 52 degrees here in Portland, Oregon tonight. Just returned with the Truckster and the RV Wiggle Wagon from our northern border. Good news, the Canucks are not rushing our border. Santa Claus out, and have a good morning. And one final tidbit before we get back to the calls here. Remember Friday morning, I believe 5-7 had brought up the fact that 20 Republicans had gone along to table the measure to censure Adam Schiff. And I was trying to explain the way the Kentucky representative, he cited that there was a $16 million fine included in that bill to fine Adam Schiff. And he said that is unconstitutional. I believe he cited the 28th, and there was one other amendment. I'm thinking, was it the 4th? And I said, I believe they're going to redraft this, and they'll take out the $16 million fine, and Schiff will probably be censured. What will that mean? Well, sure enough, over the weekend, come to find out, Adam Schiff barely had time to celebrate escaping censure with the possible removal from the House when a complaint against him from a think tank was filed calling for punishment. Now, it was last Wednesday when those 20 Republicans joined the Democrats, and it was voted down. Yeah, the new attempt at censure is for Schiff making false accusations that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia, according to a draft of the resolution. So pretty much what they're saying now is, long story short, Schiff misled the American public based on his privileged access to classified information, his pattern of engaging in behavior that discredits the House, and further violation of Rule 23 has extended well beyond the Russian hoax. Yeah, Schiff's claim that he had never spoken to a whistleblower linked to the first impeachment of Trump, that was a lie. His effort to discredit documents from Hunter Biden's laptop computer. So we have removed the $16 million fine to address concerns of those who had voted no last week. According to a representative of Luna, Axios reported that Republican Representative Thomas Massey of Kentucky, he's the one that cited the fine for his reason opposing the motion, says he will indeed support the revised version. So that vote is probably going to be taking place here early this week. So the censure, I think, undoubtedly will occur this time around. Yeah, Fox News said a draft of the resolution from Luna will be introduced on Tuesday of this week. Representative Schiff perpetuated false allegations from the Steele dossier accusing numerous Trump associates of colluding with Russia, and he put that in the congressional record. As ranking minority member and chairman of the Intel Committee, Schiff behaved dishonestly and dishonorably on many other occasions, including by publicly falsely denying that his staff communicated with the whistleblower to launch the first impeachment of Trump. So this resolution calls for Schiff to be censured for misleading the American public, conduct unbecoming of a member of the House, and that the House Committee of Ethics to investigate Schiff's falsehoods, his misrepresentations, and his abuse of sensitive information. And some are ultimately saying he should be actually removed from the House. I don't know if it'll go that far, but all right, Eagle coming up in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back on a Monday. Best day of the week, right? Hey, good morning, Eagle. How was your weekend? Did you make it to the home 20 after all?
Yeah, I'm down here in Texas, Steve. It's hotter than hell down here, brother. So yeah, I'm getting ready to get back on the road tomorrow morning. Yeah, I'm getting ready to roll out tomorrow morning after I hang out with you. I'll try to listen to the rest of the show, and then I'm gonna get a load headed on out tomorrow morning. Like about 115 degrees close to 115 where I live at with the humidity. But it's still about 100 degrees outside right now, as a matter of fact.
Wow.
When I looked at my cell phone right a few minutes ago, it's about 98, 99 degrees outside right now. It's hot as hell down here. So yeah, I want to get the hell out of here quick as possible tomorrow, get back on the road, because you can't even go outside. It's almost impossible to go outside. Not right now. It's like you almost step into an oven. I don't know if you've ever been to Texas during the summertime, but if you come out of an air-conditioned house and walk out into the open air, it's almost like you walk into a damn oven. Yeah, if you want to see some heat, you guys talk about 70, 80 degrees up in Ohio. You ain't for the yeah, there's some other things before I get to Joe Biden, Steve. I don't know if you focused on the tornado. There's a tornado that went through the upper part of Texas.
Yeah, deadly. Yes.
Yeah, it did a lot of damage. I think it was on Friday night or Saturday night. It destroyed the whole damn town. Yeah, like I say, it looked like somebody had dropped the same thing. After I tell you, after all these tornadoes, it looks like somebody dropped a bomb on the city. And I think this one occurred at nighttime. And those are always the worst tornadoes, because a lot of people are asleep and they're not prepared for it. So I think this would happen at night, but I can't remember what it's called. Perrytown, Texas. I think that's the name of the town it happened in.
Up in the Panhandle.
Yeah. That area there, Steve, like I said, anybody who's driven trucks before and some other people, anybody who's, when you go out to California, like I said, I don't go out there no more, but, usually truck 40 and you have to go across Amarillo, Texas, and the winds out there are just ridiculous. I've seen trucks get blown over and land on the side, and dust storms. People think, when it's snowing, but they have dust storms down in that area. I mean, you can't see nothing when the dust starts blowing out. Like I say, I thought I was going to be laying on my side too. It's some serious winds going. Like I say, Oklahoma City. I don't even know why they sell homeowners insurance in Oklahoma and in Oklahoma City and some of those areas. That's just Tornado Alley and Oklahoma City and the areas around. They've been hit so many times by tornado. Norman, Oklahoma, and all that. You couldn't pay me to live in those areas. The Amarillos and those areas are just known for Kansas, and some areas are known for tornadoes. And like I say, tornadoes do a lot of damage. So, I don't know how many. I can't remember what's the official number of people dead, but I think it was like 4 or 5 people got killed, from what I understand, in this tornado here in Texas. But yeah, Steve. One more thing before I get to good old Joe Biden. I guess now, Steve, the people, when they overheard me talking, they must have misunderstood what I was saying when it comes to the mass murders. I said, I notice now on the news that they don't talk about it no more when it happens. I didn't say don't talk about them. I said don't focus on the individual who did the shooting. Don't give this guy no credit for doing this, because they just had a shooting in Illinois, Chicago, suburb of Chicago, over the weekend, where 21 people were shot at a mass shooting. And I can't remember how many people died in that deal. They barely even touched on it in the news. Either they just don't care no more, or they just so used to these shootings taking place, they don't even make a big deal out of them no more. And that's really embarrassing that we've got so accustomed to mass shootings in America that it's not even a big deal no more when 20 people get shot in one day, so in one afternoon. But that ain't no surprise in Chicago. So, like I said, Chicago's been out of control. They're going to stay out of control until they get some real leaders up there who know how to run the city. Now, as for Joe Biden, Steve, speaking of Joe Biden, like I said, Steve, I was hoping that Joe Biden was going to make it another year and a half in the White House so I could have something to talk about on your show for the next year, so I can have something to laugh about and talk about all the mistakes and all the dumb things this guy does on a daily basis, such as what you listed before you put me on the air. Like I said, he gives me plenty of material to talk about on your radio program. But at this point, Steve, it's too much of a serious situation for it to go on any longer. We got some dangerous situations around the world with Vladimir Putin and the China man getting ready to go into Taiwan, North Korea man firing off missiles. Iran trying to get a nuclear weapon. There's too many things going on in the world for Biden to continue on as president. Like I said, even though he gives me plenty of stuff to talk about and laugh about, it's time for Joe Biden to move on, Steve. I believe that, Steve, I don't care what nobody says. These people talking about a privacy. No, it's not your privacy if you're president of America. Every president should have to take a test to find out if he's mentally capable of running the United States of America, the most powerful country in the world. And anybody, I don't care, they can call in tonight if they want to. Anybody who thinks that Joe Biden is mentally stable right now to continue on as president, then you're probably stupider than he is at this point, because it's obvious. You just listed all the things that this man has done and all the embarrassments that this man has done over the last couple of weeks and months. It's time for Joe Biden to move on. As much as it hurts me to say this, I told you this last week, Steve, it hurts me to even say her name, Kamala Harris, when you talk about sitting in the White House, president of America. But at this point, I believe that it's time for Kamala to step in as the president of the United States for the next year and a half. And if she can't get the job done, then move her out too and put McCartney in, because he's a third man in line. But it's time for Joe Biden to me. But it's not, and I ain't even talking about the scandals that Joe Biden currently is under, Steve, with these audio and videotapes. I'm not even concerned with that right now. I'm talking about this man's mental stability with all these dangerous situations we got in the world. And this other loser, that this Fetterman guy up there in Pennsylvania, this guy should have never got the job to begin with. This guy's a complete embarrassment. He shows up to meet the president of America over the weekend with shorts on, looking like a bum off the streets of Pennsylvania. This guy here is a total and utter loser, and Pennsylvania ought to be ashamed of themselves for electing this man. He has no right to be nowhere near in Washington, D.C. This guy is a total embarrassment. Pennsylvania ought to be ashamed of themselves for putting a man like that in Washington, D.C. You know what I mean, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, it's sad the fact that the man had a stroke. And we know that, yes, I mean, he's much like Joe Biden. It appears his cognitive abilities are greatly compromised. Biden standing by him. And they were talking about the I-95 bridge, and even Biden was kind of almost smirking. Yeah, like we need to get him off the microphone. It was that bad. I mean, I feel sorry for the guy, but yeah, I mean, showing up for a meeting with the president of the United States, he was in shorts and a hoodie, meeting at the airport.
USA News Update. At least 4 people are dead after shootings in 3 different states. 2 people were killed and 3 others are injured after a shooting near the Beyond Wonderland EDM Festival in Washington state. Presidential hopeful Asa Hutchinson is urging fellow Republicans to back off from accusations that the Department of Justice is being weaponized. The former Arkansas governor said the GOP needs to go back to being the rule of law party. The chair of the House Intelligence Committee says China is feeling the heat from the U.S. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Republican Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio talked about a bipartisan committee House Speaker Kevin McCarthy formed to deal with the threat of China. The SEC and Binance are agreeing to avoid a full freeze of the platform and keep American customer assets in the U.S. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, additional industry headlines we got coming your way just ahead. Everybody loves Big Brother looking over their shoulder, right? We've seen no shortage of Big Brother making its way into your trucks in recent years. I mean, in the cab. Yeah, driver-facing cameras, the electronic logging device, and more. Being proposed. We'll share what OOIDA has to say. Headline, pretty simple. OOIDA warns against the use of automated surveillance in trucks because it's not actually making things safer, according to the research. So, yeah, we'll dig into that. First, let me get back, finish up with Eagle. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Steve. Yeah, from what I'm understanding, I think they was in Philadelphia. Biden was supposed to be talking about this bridge and just that collapsed, getting it back under repair, and Fetterman showed up. Like I say, this guy, there was something wrong with this guy before he had the stroke, Steve. This guy wasn't all together there. You said he had a stroke. No, this guy didn't have it. Something was wrong with this guy. before he even had the stroke, and he's just gotten worse. He needs that's another. He needs to go ahead and move on and resign his position and get it to somebody else, because this gets embarrassment to Pennsylvania. Like I said before, you don't show up. As much as I hate Joe Biden, you don't show up to meet the president with a damn hood on and a pair of shorts. That just shows no class whatsoever. That's ridiculous to show up and embarrass yourself in the state of Pennsylvania like that. Like I said, this guy here, something's wrong with this guy. They had said that before he even got the job, and some of the comments he made before he even got the position, and it's just gonna get worse with this guy. Now, like I said before, getting back to Joe Biden, Steve, you and I both know that the best thing the Democrats, they're not going to dare allow Joe Biden to step on the stage with Donald Trump in a debate. That would be the biggest blowout in the history of anything. He would totally wipe the floor with Joe Biden. Joe Biden never ever want to step on the stage with Donald Trump, because he would just get annihilated, not only because of his record, which is pure garbage of what he's done in the last 3 years. I'm talking about his mental ability right now. Donald Trump, it wouldn't even be a fair game. Like I said, sometimes, Steve, you just have to move on. Like I said, there's nothing wrong. And me personally, if I was Biden, if I was in position, I'd rather go ahead and resign than to be kicked out of the White House, saying that I wasn't mentally able to do the job. It looked better on your record. Don't you think it would look better on your record to go ahead and resign the position and let Kamala have it, than to be kicked out of the White House for your mental stability not being good? Like I said, if Joe Biden, if him and his family had any kind of class about themselves, they would go ahead on and do the right thing. Because we're in a dangerous situation right now, Steve. From what I'm understanding, I don't know who told these people to leave Taiwan. I think the United States, somebody in the U.S. has told people that live in Taiwan to get the hell out of there, because they believe that China is getting ready to make a move. They're going to make a move in the very near future, Steve. Like I told you months ago, they realize that Donald Trump or somebody like Donald Trump could get back in the White House, and they realize it's not going to be tolerated for them to continue their behavior. So they got to make a move while Joe Biden is in the White House, because we currently don't have a leader right now. We just, as Sean Hannity calls them, is an empty suit. That's what we have in the White House right now, the empty suit. We don't have no respect from no country in the world whatsoever. Nobody respects the United States right now. So it's just fair game right now for the U.S. of A. And like I said, it hurts me to say that, Steve. To even mention Kamala's name, it hurts me to even say her name. But at this point, I think that it's best for her to go ahead and take control of the U.S. And like I told you last week, you never know what somebody can do until they actually get the job. She might end up doing a good job for the next year and a half. What we will never know if she's not given the chance. So I believe she needs to be given an opportunity, because it's obvious that Joe Biden can't get the job done. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much on a Monday. All right, the use of automated surveillance in trucking, putting more stress on the drivers and failing to improve safety, according to the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. Speaking of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, last month, the Office of Science and Technology Policy, which advises the White House on technology issues, issued a notice asking for feedback from the public to better understand automated surveillance and management of workers. Well, OOIDA used that opportunity to inform the agency about their opposition, first of all, to the electronic logging mandate, as well as their concerns about the FMCSA's efforts to expand the ELD mandate and require all trucks to be equipped with electronic IDs. We appreciate your examining the potentially harmful effects of automated surveillance on workers, but truckers have reason to doubt that the federal government and the Biden administration are really listening to them about those concerns. This was filed in comments on Friday or Thursday of last week. Currently, there are 2 open rulemaking processes in the Department of Transportation that would expand the mandatory surveillance of truck drivers. ELDs, of course. We began requiring those in most commercial vehicles in 2017. Since then, though, crash statistics have largely moved in the wrong direction. We relayed this concern about the information collected by the ELDs and the additional stress these devices have placed on the drivers. These devices are hardwired to a truck's engine, automatically record information about the truck and its operation at all times. By law, this information must include date, time, location, engine hours, vehicle miles, and identification information for the driver, authenticated user, vehicle, and motor carrier. Now, ELD manufacturers are permitted to self-certify these devices, and MAP 21 contained no restrictions on what information could be collected by private industry or how they could use that information. Now, they said that the data collection has not made highways safer. This automated surveillance has yielded no benefits for truckers or the public. While ELDs have improved compliance with some federal regulations, safety outcomes have worsened. Since the mandate took effect in 2017, the total number of fatalities in large truck crashes has slowly but steadily increased, even when adjusting for the number of miles traveled. Aside from having no safety or wage benefits, this automated surveillance puts even greater stress on the drivers. Drivers' moments can now be monitored down to the second to allow scrutiny and second guessing under the guise of compliance with federal regulations. Now, there's actually proposals to increase automated surveillance. So you've had the exemption for the pre-2000 engines. They want to end that. They've initiated a rulemaking to revise ELD regulations to both expand the type of data that they would be required to record. This would allow employers to collect even greater information about their employees under the illusion of a government mandate. Then they're looking to require all trucks be equipped with electronic ID technology that's capable of wirelessly communicating a unique ID number when queried by a federal or state motor carrier safety enforcement personnel. The addition of automated surveillance in trucking just opens the door for further breach of privacy, especially when you consider that the truck can often serve as a trucker's home while they're on the road for months at a time. There are few, if any, other professions, where federal, state, and local government have the right and the ability to see what a worker's doing at any given moment. But even worse, these type of policies are a foot in the door for employers to use expansive tracking technology. All right, so warning against the use of automated surveillance technology. Here on a Monday, it's 844-3388. Hey there, Philip, what's going on?
Not much, but start talking about rockets. I am today, but made it that interrogate or whatever you call it, that surveillance stuff that you're just talking about. Steve, that's going to be across transportation as a whole. I mean, it's already in airplanes, and they're bringing it to trucks. It's going to be in trains. It's going to be anything in transportation that moves anything. And I don't care if they move people or they move product. It's going to be in a vehicle, and it's coming. I mean, the big push with the motor, Steve, we've seen Caterpillar stop making engines years ago. Are developing engines, I should say. They're still building engines, but they're only building them in a reuse situation. They're not building brand new motors as far as developing and designing brand new motors that will be more fuel efficient, that kind of thing. A lot of these companies, look at the big picture, Steve. I think they're going to push away from diesel, and this is their way to do it. They can push away from the diesel engine and go to the electric motor, and we can monitor everything that we see. So, but that's just my take on that, Steve. That's just my opinion, so take it for what it's worth. getting on the rockets. So we had a pretty good launch yesterday over here. SpaceX launched one. They got a satellite out. And you were mentioning Starship last week. You remember when that, Steve, when you were talking about?
Correct.
They were getting ready. Okay, well, I'm going to let you know right now. I hate to say it like the old farmer said, but they got one sitting in the barn. They've got a booster number 9. It's in the high bay right now. They've got it in there chilling out until they get done with all the infrastructure work with the pad. They're still working on that. Okay, they've got Ship 25 that's going to be on top of booster number 9. They have been cryogenic testing it. They have been spin testing the engines, and they've also been trying to fire test it. Okay? So, but here's the thing. That ship, and I want everybody to pay a close attention to it, the last orbital launch, they couldn't separate it because they lost hydraulics. The Ship 25, the one they're going to launch next, has the same system that the other one had in it. Now, let's see if they can separate it and do it. It's a hydraulic system. Although SpaceX has an electric system that's all electric motors, no hydraulics, that's sitting in California right now that's ready to go, and they're ready for it, a thrust vectoring system. So we'll see how that pays out. And if you don't know what that thrust vectoring system is, it's the thing that moves those engines when they want to turn it. Okay, so it's interesting to see what's going to happen with the next one. Hey, Steve, have you noticed that? Have you been watching any of the stuff about the storms down there in the coast of the Cape Verde Islands and all that?
Yeah, I was gonna get to the tropic stuff. I know there's several waves they're watching, and some may come together this week.
Yes. We got an Invest down there right now. I believe it's Invest 92 is the number.
Correct.
It's coming across. We should know close to probably Thursday what it's going to do with the islands. Right now, it's kind of out to lunch, so to speak, because if it turns into a big storm, it's going to go north. If it turns into a weak storm, it's going to go west. And the models are not in agreement right now to where it's at. Now, there is a strong possibility it's going to hit the Lesser Antilles as possibly a weak storm. But there's also a possibility it might turn north as a Cat 1. Don't know. We'll just have to see how it plays out. But if you look at all the modeling, they're lined up right behind it. We have never seen it come this early in the season, lining up like that coming off of Africa. Usually that scenario happens about halfway through the seasons when the storms coming off of Africa line up. But I'm still paying attention close to the Gulf because the Gulf is a big bathtub right now and it's hot. And that's something that you can do. Have you noticed the storm pattern that's been across from Oklahoma to Georgia here lately, Steve?
Yeah, we spent a whole week last week, and I mean, even at this hour tonight, there's still strong storms, especially in central Mississippi.
Absolutely. And it seems like to me, I don't know if it's me or not, but the storms are getting a little bit more violent. I know we had some move across last night. There were some pretty hefty-duty storms, even though they didn't turn crazy. But they had a lot of big wind in them, and they had a lot of rain in them. That was just moving across just like a regular thunderstorm. So I don't know what's going on with the weather, and I'm not going to brave up that global warming thing. I think what the deal is, I think we're just going through stages. The Earth goes through stages just like everything else, and we're in that pattern. But this El Nino thing coming about, don't let your guard down whatsoever, because we've had more violent storms with that as we did with the other one. Hurricane Andrew, Hurricane Michael, the storms of 2004 down here. We had those during that same scenario. So I don't care if it's El Nino or whatever, La Nina or whatever it is, we still got to pay attention. But it's just kind of funny how things are getting more violent. Like Eagle was mentioning about Texas. It's been very violent across Texas, in the upper half of Texas, Oklahoma. Alabama, Arkansas. I mean, there's a lot of storms coming across there right now, and that pattern, it's going to take a while for that pattern to get hammered out. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you, and thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you much, Philip. Have a good morning. Yeah. Talk about the rainfall. I mean, I pulled up the radar update, and there is a cluster of thunderstorms that are dropping. I mean, you talk about torrential rains. And we've got flood warnings for a number of counties there in central Mississippi. Let me get this and flood warning till like 4:30 Central Time this morning. Atala County, Leake County, Madison County, Neshoba County. Look at some of these numbers. Doppler radar says, thunderstorms producing heavy rain. 3 to 5 inches of rain has already fallen. We're anticipating 2 to 4 inches of additional rain. I mean, in a matter of hours, you're talking 9, 10 potential inches of rain. I scrolled a bit further down. Let me see here. Some of the same counties, but at 1 a.m. Central Time, Doppler radar indicating thunderstorms between 4 and 6 inches had already fallen. Additional 2 to 4 inches in the warned area. I mean, you talk about torrential rains. So I'm looking at the map. I guess if you'd kind of like built a box from, if you're familiar with Mississippi, from Greenwood to Columbus on the north side, Jackson to Meridian on the southern side. It's most of the area kind of sandwiched in between that zone that's seen that incredible amount of rainfall this morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Eagle brought up the panhandle of Texas, which was indeed Thursday. Deadly tornado. Yeah, Perryton, Texas, the smell of natural gas surrounding the region. Folks using their hands, trying to dig through the debris, looking for loved ones, salvaging what they could from the destruction. But the town took a direct shot. 3 dead, dozens injured. According to the Booker Fire Department, one of the first crews on the scene. At least 2 people were considered missing after the storm. Now, cuts, lacerations, a few major head injuries among the injuries of the 115 patients at Ochiltree General Hospital. Very, very thankful for the community and the local counties for coming to our aid, say some of the residents. Of course, Governor Abbott directed the Division of Emergency Management to deploy state response resources. And the National Weather Service in Amarillo says that this was likely an EF3 tornado, winds about 140 miles per hour. This one actually hit about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The northwest part of the town traveled southeast to the other side of town, along the way creating a path of total destruction, mobile homes destroyed, some home and businesses in its path. The local fire department was even hit by the tornado. Many lives were affected by this, that's for sure. But according to the National Weather Service spokesperson there, I've done several tornado surveys in other parts of the country, and it's the same thing. Neighbors are helping neighbors. Everybody from surrounding towns are helping out, and even if it's offering a bottle of water, to maybe helping use chainsaws and haul away debris. It's what you'd expect from the folks here in the South. All right, there you go. So, picking up the pieces. Perryton, Texas. It is 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll get our news break and come back with more of your calls on a Back to Work Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Jerry Marmash. The cleanup is underway in Tulsa after storms rocked the city with 100-mile-per-hour winds. Mayor G.T. Bynum, who declared an emergency, describes what it looks like on the ground.
Tornado-level winds, the speed and the velocity of wind that you would usually see with a tornado, only this is spread out all across the city.
Bynum said crews are working on clearing roads and restoring power to homes and businesses. Former Vice President Mike Pence says voters should know there are differences between him and former President Trump that go beyond January 6th.
After leading the most pro-life administration in American history, former running mate has taken to calling some pro-life bills at the state level too harsh.
The GOP candidate appearing on NBC's Meet the Press also said Republican candidates in 2022 who focused on the future did better than candidates who, quote, dwelled on the past. Self-described outsider Vivek Ramaswamy is not lacking self-assurance in his run for president in 2024.
And I'm confident we're going to not only win the election, but do it in a landslide like what Reagan did in 1980.
Ramaswamy on Fox News Sunday said it will take an outsider to get the job done as president. The second day at the electronic dance music festival Beyond Wonderland was canceled after 2 people were fatally shot. It happened Saturday night at a campground outside the Gorge Amphitheater in Washington state. The local sheriff's office says the suspect was taken into custody. 1 person is dead and at least 20 people are injured after a shooting at a Juneteenth celebration outside of Chicago. Police say 2 of the wounded are in critical condition. No arrests have been announced. Police are investigating a man's death at the Grand Canyon Skywalk. The victim fell 4,000 feet. The Skywalk is a glass bridge that extends 70 feet out over the rim of the canyon. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
There's a push in Congress to provide funding for a new treatment for veterans suffering from PTSD.
Congressman Dan Crenshaw, a Texas Republican and Navy SEAL veteran, is pushing a bill to provide veterans suffering from PTSD with access to experimental drug treatment.
We're never going to understand the extent to which psychedelics can help our service members until we start actually doing the necessary clinical trials in a controlled environment.
The proposed legislation allocates a $75 million federal grant program to support research on magic mushrooms and ecstasy as potential remedies for depression and anxiety. I'm John Schaefer.
Washington Wizards star Bradley Beal is reportedly getting traded to the Phoenix Suns. ESPN says Beal will go to Phoenix for a trade package that includes Chris Paul, several second-round picks, and pick swaps. Once finalized, he would join stars Kevin Durant and Devin Booker in Phoenix. West Virginia's men's basketball coach Bob Huggins has resigned following a DUI arrest.
Huggins was arrested Friday night in Pittsburgh with a blood alcohol content more than twice Pennsylvania's legal limit, according to a police report. The incident comes just over a month after Huggins faced discipline for using an anti-gay slur during an interview with a Cincinnati radio station. Following that, the university reduced Huggins' salary by $1 million and suspended him for the first 3 games of next season. One of the most recognizable coaches in the sport, Huggins won over 860 games between his time at 4 schools. I'm Chris Carraggio.
I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Take you out to the state of Montana, where Representative Matt Rosendale is demanding answers after he says a group of armed IRS agents raided and temporarily closed a Montana gun shop in Great Falls last week. This event is another example of President Biden weaponizing federal agencies to target and harass hardworking Americans for exercising their constitutional rights, says Rosendale in a letter to leaders of the Internal Revenue Service and the BATF. Apparently 20 heavily armed federal agents pulled in behind Highwood Creek Outfitters as the owner, Tom Van Hoos, as he arrived at his shop Wednesday morning. IRS agents confiscated background check forms from the store that contained sensitive personal information about all customers who ever purchased a gun at the shop. Now, the forms, they said, did not include financial information. And Rosendale said this is an act, an egregious breach of privacy that showed no regard for federal law. There's no circumstance in which 4473s would be necessary in an investigation spearheaded by the Internal Revenue Service. Why would they be taking these? Rosendale asked the ATF and the IRS to cease conducting these Soviet-style intimidation raids. Now, he also included a list of questions about what spurred this action, and he gave them till June the 23rd to respond. That's the deadline, so later this week. Now, Van Hoos told the outlet that his shop has been surveilled by state and federal agencies for the past 2 years. He said he thinks the actions are part of a pattern. The current administration seems hell-bent on getting those guns out of the hands of average Americans, referring to the style of weapons he sells. Though the agents were cordial and professional, he said, I felt invaded. I lost nearly entire day's worth of business. Now, given the positions of the Biden administration, this raid appears to be an attempt to intimidate firearms dealers and owners. This pattern, intimidation, harassment, appears to be orchestrated directly from the White House, according to Rosendale. Weaponization of our government must be stopped, which is why I sent a letter to the ATF director and the IRS commissioner demanding answers about this outrageous attack, and have used every tool available to me to remove funding for these 87,000 additional IRS agents. Now, he posted on Facebook Friday, responding to the initial reports of the investigation on Flag Day, June the 14th, saying he was incredibly disturbed about the IRS and the ATF reportedly closing Highwood Creek Outfitters without warning. Great Falls Police Department said that they did receive notification of the operation and provided security. Spokesperson for the IRS criminal investigation told the Billings Gazette they would reach out when more information became available, saying that only that IRS criminal investigation was on site as part of their official business. ATF referred the Gazette's inquiries to the IRS. So I'm assuming there must be some sort of, again, the IRS looking into some of the sales, I suppose, at this particular establishment, and not being real up to speed on gun sales and all that, but saying your 4473s form, that's information, I guess, that the gun stores are required to keep on hand. I guess if somebody uses a weapon to commit a crime, they can go back and find out who that gun was purchased by. Is that correct? But it doesn't contain any sort of financial information. That's why Rosendale said that there's no circumstance whatsoever where the IRS would need 4473s. So that is a bit confusing to me. Maybe some of you are a bit more in the know. It is 844-844-3388 on a Monday. What do you say, 5-7?
Scratching my head, just scratching my cords. A while back, I recall people wondered, why does the IRS and the Postal Service need to have all that ammunition? When they were making them purchases, driving up the cost for, we're hunters, we're having a hard time finding ammunition. I guess we're finding out. The reason for my call is the weather. Philip said, what's going on with the weather, Steve? And, I'm thinking, going down, several years, listening to the program, things you've reported. But we've had major disruptions on the sun, a lot more sun activity, and they've had to, turn our satellites around. The moon controls the sea, the tides on the sea, so the sun has its activity. Your report on the fact that the core of our globe is, I guess, a molten lava is reversing its direction. That would explain a whole lot of strange things going on. Of course, the Bible says in the last days, you're going to have earthquakes in diverse places and everything else. So it all makes sense to me. But the government's only answer to that is blame it on trucks and blame it on cars. It's man-made. It doesn't matter, I often ask some people that say it's man-made and all this. I said, well, how is my truck affecting the weather on the moon or in Mars? And, they just look at you real funny. So, well, if all the planets are heating up, then something's going on, it can't be my little Kenworth doing it. So, just thought I'd throw that out there of the information I've gotten over the years from you reading the stories. Yeah, they're calling for rain down here all through the week. And Lord, is it humid. I don't mind the heat. I can live with that. It's you be just standing still or sitting outside and you just be sweat rolling all over. You bet it is so thick down here yesterday. So, other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, enjoy the rest of the show. They got me running to Savannah now. So I got to make 2 trips to Savannah every day and then possibly 3. Stay right down here where, we're going to get the best of it. You know what I mean? All right, it'd be 5-7. We out.
All right. Hey, thanks for checking in. Have a good morning to Savannah, huh? Savannah, Georgia. Philip mentioned, and we've talked about how many times have I discussed going to electric vehicles. And they talk about most people that purchase a pickup, right or wrong, that the reason you purchase a pickup because you're looking to be able to haul some things, move this or that. Yeah, your average automobile trunk or your SUV trunk, ain't big enough to do what you anticipate using your truck for. Latest update: the range of electric vehicles can fall by nearly a quarter when made to carry. Well, they say it's a heavy load. According to AAA, this is on Ford's electric vehicle pickup, the F-150 Lightning. And in an unloaded state, the 2022 Lightning has a driving range of 278 miles. However, with a payload of 1,400 pounds, the driving range dropped to 210 miles, a 68-mile decline or 24.5% from the unloaded range. Now, this is the June 13th study released. Now, a payload of 1,400 pounds, that's about the equivalent of hauling around 20 bags of concrete mix. AAA advised prospective buyers of EVs who are likely to carry heavier loads on a regular basis, you need to consider the impact of this that's going to have on your driving range. This is important for broadening our understanding the limitations of electric vehicles, according to the spokesperson for AAA. Range anxiety is a top reason consumers are hesitant to switch from gasoline power to EVs. Now, the director of AAA Automotive Engineering pointed out that although the test revealed a significant range reduction, it was done with the electric vehicle loaded close to its maximum capacity. Really, 20 bags of concrete's that's max. Most buyers will typically use the vehicle with a lighter load, but as such, even though there's going to be a range reduction, it will be lower than the maximum load. Now, what about wintertime? EVs not only lose range when carrying heavy loads, they also lose it during winter conditions. Back in December of last year, EV Insight published research on range loss among electric vehicles during freezing conditions, finding that the loss of range could be up to 35%. They explained why EVs lose range in winter, comparing it with the internal combustion engine. Or ICE engines. ICEs turn all the energy that they don't use into waste heat or lost energy during cold weather. That energy can be redirected from the engine to, say, warm the cabin. On the other hand, an EV has a much more efficient motor which does not generate as much heat. In the cold, available motor heat is routed to warm the battery itself, meaning that the cabin requires a power source. Cabin heaters generally draw from the high voltage battery, reducing how much battery is left to drive. Now, comparing 13 popular electric vehicle models in freezing versus 70 degrees Fahrenheit temperature. Recurrent found that the Volkswagen ID4, the Ford Mustang Mach-E, and the Chevy Bolt all lost 30% or more range in colder conditions. The Tesla Model 3, Model S, X, and Y lost anywhere from 15 to 19% of their range, depending on the model. The Audi e-tron lost the least range at just 8%. Now, on top of the range issues, EVs also pose multiple other challenges, like the cost of batteries. EV batteries usually come with a manufacturer warranty of 8 years or 100,000 miles, whichever's earlier. Cost of replacing that battery ranges from more than $15,000 for a Tesla to over $23,000 for a VW e-Golf. So people who own used EVs or plan to buy one might end up in a tough spot if the battery were to malfunction. Of course, to make matters worse, electric vehicle fuel costs are now even beating gas-powered vehicles. Do what? Analysis by Anderson Economic found that in fourth quarter of last year, typical mid-price internal combustion engine car drivers paid about $11.29 to fuel their vehicles for 100 miles of driving. Now, that was about 31 cents cheaper than the amount paid by mid-priced electric vehicle drivers charging, mostly at home, and over $3 less than the cost borne by comparable EV drivers charging commercially. Now, during that event in September, Peter Ziel dismissed the possibility of EVs going mainstream even in the next 10 years. First of all, there's limitation on materials. There's unresolved supply chain issues. The lithium comes from one place, and it's all processed in China. So just building the alternative processing infrastructure, and by the way, we have to invade Russia too, just to get the materials to do electric vehicles at scale. It's just laughable for the next 10 years. We need a new technological series of breakthroughs in material sciences before this is possible. But you've got it on the record there. Places, California mandating all vehicle sales are going to be electric by, was it 2035? I don't know what the hell people are going to do.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed, on a Monday. Hey, clear lines at 844-844-3388. You know, when you got your backs against the wall, or maybe you're actually in big time trouble. Yeah, but sitting in a prison. Yeah, people will maybe be willing to talk a little more if they think they may get some time taken off maybe their prison sentence. Remember a name, Devon Archer. That's Hunter Biden's former associate, now convicted felon, reportedly cooperating with lawmakers and will testify on the $10 million Ukraine Biden bribe. James Comer issued Devon Archer a subpoena last week for a deposition to take place sometime this week. Of course, as we know, investigating the Biden bribery scheme. The bribery allegations involve Mykola Zlochevsky, the Ukrainian oligarch who hired Hunter to serve on the board of Burisma. Now, Devon Archer worked with Hunter as a board member of Burisma Holdings, the Ukrainian gas company that was run by that Ukrainian oligarch, Mykola Zlochevsky. Archer and Hunter together also ran Rosemont Seneca, a D.C.-based investment firm. It's believed Hunter received classified information from Joe Biden on Ukraine, then emailed the information to his business partner, Devon Archer. According to the emails from the laptop from hell, Hunter sent his business partner a very detailed email on Ukraine in April of 2014, just 1 week before Joe visited Ukraine to meet with the then prime minister. It appears Hunter was emailing Devon Archer information he received from a briefing from his father, Joe, or directly from top secret documents. Devon has a lot of dirt on the Bidens and is currently cooperating with them. He's in talks with the Oversight Committee to testify about his knowledge of the First Family's business dealings in countries including both Russia and Ukraine. More after this, though. News break.
USA News Update. At least 4 people are dead after shootings in 3 different states. 2 people were killed and 3 others are injured after a shooting near the Beyond Wonderland EDM Festival in Washington state. Presidential hopeful Asa Hutchinson is urging fellow Republicans to back off from accusations that the Department of Justice is being weaponized. The former Arkansas governor said the GOP needs to go back to being the rule of law party. The chair of the House Intelligence Committee says China is feeling the heat from the U.S. Speaking on CNN State of the Union, Republican Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio talked about a bipartisan committee House Speaker Kevin McCarthy formed to deal with the threat of China. The SEC and Binance are agreeing to avoid a full freeze of the platform and keep American customer assets in the U.S. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9-ERC That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Back at it here again with lines available at 844-844-3388. Real quick, like back to Devon Archer, a since convicted felon. Now you think about birds of a feather flocking together, right? He was a central figure in the dealings of the Biden family when Joe was vice president, and seems receptive to speaking with our committee about what he knows. Again, Comer issued a subpoena last Monday, a week ago, for Archer to appear for a deposition. Let's see. He wanted him there by Friday, but he will instead be allowed to negotiate an appearance later, which they're saying is sometime this week. We're in contact with his attorney to schedule it for another date versus last Friday. Now, last year, Devon Archer was sentenced to 1 year in prison for defrauding an Indian tribe. Archer was also ordered to pay $15 million in penalties and $43 million in restitution. Archer last year filed an appeal to avoid prison. He did remain free while his appeal made its way through the courts. He lost that federal appeal last week. So what do you think? The guy that's kind of in the corner looking to go to prison, he's got some dirt. And, hey, let's meet with this committee and see, ever heard of let's make a deal? He doesn't want to go to prison. How much would this information be worth to you? Now, I guess there would have to also, at the same time, be a question about credibility. I'm sure that will be thrown into play. Can you trust anything the guy says? He's just trying to avoid jail time. All right, maybe he's got some paperwork, though. I'm sure that's the kind of thing that they need hard evidence. You can't just take word of mouth about overhearing a conversation. If he had direct conversations with individuals involved, that's admissible. But third-party information, all that stuff, as we know, in a court of law, it's not admissible. Be interesting to see where that goes. But it's just the fact that he lost that appeal and he's now facing a year in prison. Just found that out. Yeah, coincidence? Interesting timing. All right, see who we got on board. Would that be, is that Double R by chance?
Hey, Steve. Good morning. How are you doing?
It is Double R. What's happening?
How you doing, my friend?
Well, I'm hanging with them, doing well. How about you? You've been through a bit since we spoke last.
Yeah, I'm back in the saddle. We're needing myself. We're headed for Kansas City to load a couple vans and take them up to Ford Motor Company up in Detroit. But we're back at it, and so far so good. So, how you been doing?
So I'm doing just fine. They got you turned around pretty quick. I mean, did you have to go through another stress test or?
Yeah, what happened was I had to do my physical, my yearly physical, and I ended up. The doctor told me my blood pressure was like 200 over 172, and he goes, "Do you feel all right?" And I said, "I feel."
Yeah.
And he said, "Well, you're fixed to have a stroke, dude. Sit down here." Well, needless to say, he only gave me a 90-day physical, and during that 90-day, I got a hold of my doctor, and they were thinking I was getting immune to my medicine because I've been taking it so long. So the doctor ordered a nuclear stress test, and I went in, and of course I failed the stress test, and they did a heart cath on me, and when I went in for my bypass surgery, back in 2016, they had missed a valve or an artery that was partially clogged. It was like 20%, and they don't worry about it if it's 20%.
Right.
Anyhow, they ended up going in there and having to put a stent in, and being as I did this all on my own, and it wasn't, how'd she put it, I didn't have a heart attack or nothing physical to damage me.
I got you.
I was able to come back to work early, and so we're back at it. But what delayed us was Anita ended up, when I was in the hospital on that Friday, she was hurting. And she didn't say nothing to me until that Saturday. And I told her, I said, "Well, you should have said something Friday while I was at the hospital. We could have got 2 for 1, you know." And anyhow, they went and checked her out, and she's doing well. She didn't have no stents, nothing, and her heart's doing real well and very healthy. And they're trying to figure out what's causing her chest pains. They've got her. She threw a loop on them. They don't know what's causing it. So, but like I said, we're back out here. We're trailer trucking, and that old boy that's friends with the Bidens, they're not going to do nothing to him because he's a Democrat. I mean, that's my opinion. If you're a Republican, yeah, handcuffs will probably end up being put on, but he's, you know, you're a Democrat, they don't do nothing. You know, I mean, look at the past. You know, Hillary, Obama, you know, we can go all the way back to God knows how long, you know.
Yeah, there's a bit of a track record there. You're right.
Yes, you know, and from what I heard with this ordeal going on with Mr. Trump, the Clintons are worried about it. I guess they can come back and actually bite them in the butt as well. And so I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I know this world's going to hell in a handbag. So, but we're getting things together where we can put our down payment on our cruise. So we're gonna be bringing 5 with us. So we're looking forward to it. Hey, by the way, did you happen to see what I put on your chat line for the cruise?
I don't think I did.
You remember your very first cruise, the white hats?
Yeah.
I posted a picture of it. I still got that, and I've got your first and second. No, that would your first and your third hat. And I took pictures of them and I put on there. I said, Steve, does this bring back memories? You know, so I mean, they're still in mint condition.
Wow. I mean, they're at you didn't make it into Louisville this year. Remember Dan, not Don. Dan actually brought, he had that hat from the very first cruise, and it was actually signed by me, Lisa, and both of the kids. I mean, that was the first one. We all had that get together. For whatever reason, everybody was getting autographs on the hats there at the table.
Yeah.
And he had all 4 autographs.
Mine is actually signed by you, and I still got it. So
yep, that brings back memories. Squirrel's the one that got those hats together, and he spared no expense. Those were cheap ass hats.
Yeah. So, but other than that, I'm doing good. I cut way back on my smoking. I'm I don't know, maybe a half a cigarette a day, if even that. I mean, I just might take a draw off Anita's and I'm good, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I'm not. That scared the hell out of me. I don't know. Anymore, just the thought of having somebody messing with your heart, man. You know, after I had my bypass, I just don't want no part of it anymore. You know, I just that was a hell of an experience, and I don't want to have to go through it again. So, but anyhow, just wanted to let you know that I'm out here and we're back at it. So, I guess Demon, is he on a cruise right now? He's supposed to be doing a 15-day Panama Canal cruise.
Yeah, he's counting down the weeks. Because he did chime in earlier this morning. He's actually down in Texas right now, but I think he's a couple weeks away. He's going to do the Panama thing.
Yeah, it's like a 15. Anita and I was going to do it. Yeah, it's a 15-day cruise. We were going to do it, but the COVID knocked us out of the status when the pandemic came and Carnival Cruise shutting down, canceling cruises and all that, and so we never did go on it. But I'd like to do that. That sounds like pretty exciting cruise. But anyhow, I just want to call you and let you know we're out here. So
well, I'm glad for the update. So I hadn't talked to you, and I wasn't sure everything went well. I don't know if it's Lisa talked to Anita.
Yeah.
Has she? Okay.
Yeah.
Of course, she didn't tell me anything.
Ain't that usually how it goes? I mean, come on, Steve. But I spoke to Lisa. Let's see, about 3 or 4 times since we've been home. Talked to her about Anita. We talked about the cruise, and Did Lisa ever get a hold of Granny? Do you know anything about that?
Nah, I know several people had been inquiring if anybody's heard from her, but not that I know of.
Oh, well, I hope nothing seriously has happened to her, but okie doke. Well, I just wanted to buzz you and say hi and let you know we're out here and tell everybody out in Radio Land hello. And anyhow, I'll let you go and let somebody else get in, and we're listening to you, my friend.
All right. Well, appreciate the update. Thank you so much. Safe travels out there, and keep those wheels turning, right? You got to save up. Start saving them nickels and dimes. Was it the last cruise or maybe the one before that? We actually had to be the one before this past. Last one was 2019, so it may have been 2017. We actually shared vehicles, drove down with Paul and Anita. We stopped by their home outside of Nashville there. On the way down, they had their big old bucket of quarters, the change bucket. And we all guessed, just looking at how many quarters you guessed, I was the closest. And if memory serves, I think they had like $260-something worth of quarters. It was a big old bucket of quarters, and they went and changed those in for some spending money, Those nickels, dimes, and quarters can add up over time. Yes, they do. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And Now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, by now, most of you probably are well aware about Sta-Bil. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage, as we call it, keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And for being a listener to this program, you can save 15% off your entire order by going to goldeagle.com. The parent company, goldeagle.com. Place your order. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive. It's that simple. Sta-Bil. All right, a quick thank you to some of the listening friends out there. I guess we had someone that maybe came across the Facebook page for the first time this evening and kind of chimed in. First of all, said, let's see. He's the one that was talking about the heat being bad in Texas and the Reds sweeping the Astros. And he said something about, does this show have any listeners? 62, LOL. That's kind of making fun because he was on the Facebook page. And several, like I said, several listening friends tried to cue him into the fact that an overwhelming majority do not listen or watch, I guess you'd say, on Facebook. For the truck drivers out there, as we know, when we first got the thing started, they were asking, we can't have our screen lit up on our phone while we're driving because, you're going through a scale or they can see your screen's lit up and it's illegal. I wanted to be able to listen with the screen blank. So an overwhelming majority, yes, listen via the Android or the iPhone, the smartphone app. But I thought I'd share a few of the numbers here. They had this put together for the Mid-America Truck Show. And live audience listeners, over 4,500 live listeners per day. Now, where do you come up with those kind of numbers, Steve? Average taken from analytics from Facebook and radio.co, the audio streaming service, from the dates February 26th to March the 28th of 2023, as well as Rumble Analytics, March the 7th through 27th of 2023 as an added channel. For the podcast and on demand, over 60,000 downloads per month on average. And they talk about unique visits. Over 28,000 are what they call unique downloads. That means if you were to download a program, but you're downloading like the podcast every single day, you as an individual are one unique download. And if you download 3 or 5 or 10 times, you just get counted as one unique listener. So 28,000 unique downloads per month. Of course, streaming on the Facebook, Rumble, OvernightDriveRadio.com, the Overnight Drive Radio app, TNC Radio, in case you missed it, they went dark as far as live programming last Friday morning. Tom Kelly did chime in there at the very start of the show and said just financially, they were not able to continue with any live programming. So I guess at the moment, TNCRadio.live is simply a podcast venue, but no more live programming. And we've also got the Overnight Drive Alexa skill. So Dave, if you're still listening, probably not, but yes. Very few people tune in via the Facebook page. You might see 60, 75 at any given time, but yes, I'm proud to tell you there are plenty of listeners to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Say, for instance, the Ice Cream Man, checking in from California about an hour ago. Good morning, Ice Cream Man. Kim chimed in as well. Good morning, Steve. There's some of the folks responded. There's Billy Lennig. Morning to all the listeners from Wilson, North Carolina. 68 degrees. Happy Monday. A couple of others down here. Dipsy Driver checks in. There you go. Dipsy Driver has good morning, Steve, and the most informed audience. Checking in from Stockbridge, mid-Michigan this morning. James did chime in about an hour ago. Some heavy rain knocking on the door. Atlanta, Georgia. Yes, indeed, that is the case. Coming your way. Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 65 degrees in Postville, Iowa. Just got my powerful chrome-plated cow truck parked for a couple of hours. Had a good Father's Day run from Max Meadows, Virginia. It was an epic day. A special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the Corn Patch this Monday. Linwood, yes. Linwood, I've been thinking pretty much exactly the same thing. He said, let's hope Hunter Biden's ex-business partner, Devon Archer, is guarded round the clock by honest folk, because we've seen how testifying against Democrats can be hazardous to one's health. There's quite a track record of that, is there not? Hello to Gary. Good morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive crew. 71 degrees in southwest Ohio this Monday morning. So there you go. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Oh, there's Peter just chimed in from the land down under. Good day, Steve. Don't forget me in Australia, where we've got pouring rain here. And Mike just chimed in, good morning from Rawlins, Wyoming. There you go. All right, final hour coming up here on a Monday. What's on your mind? Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Beijing. He's the first top American diplomat to visit China in 5 years. Ohio Representative Mike Turner on CNN State of the Union recalls Blinken's last meeting with Chinese officials.
The first meeting that Blinken had with the Chinese counterparts in Alaska, they actually chastised him. They came out full bore criticizing the United States.
Blinken is looking to establish communications with the country in hopes the rivalry between the U.S. and China doesn't lead to war. Former Attorney General Bill Barr says former President Trump puts his followers and the GOP agenda at risk.
Trump has many good qualities, and he accomplished some good things, but he is a consummate narcissist.
On CBS's Face the Nation, Barr said Trump always puts his own interests and ego ahead of everything, including the nation's interests. 5 people, including 2 minors, are dead after a house fire in North Carolina. Authorities say it happened Sunday as the home reportedly burned to the ground. 2 people who lived together in the house were identified. A family friend who was staying with them was also killed, along with his 2 young sons. A cause is unknown as the investigation is ongoing. An earthquake with a preliminary magnitude of 6.3 has been recorded in the Gulf of California. It struck Sunday afternoon just off Mexico's Baja California, roughly 80 miles from Cabo San Lucas. Officials say there is no tsunami danger for the U.S. West Coast, British Columbia, or Alaska. Initial reports indicate no injuries or damage. The chair of a Senate subcommittee says he wants more details about the recent merger between the PGA and a Saudi-backed golf tour. Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut says the subcommittee is looking for answers regarding who is behind the deal and if there was any wrongdoing involved. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden is on the move this week. A White House official says Biden will highlight climate commitments made by his administration as part of a 3-day trip to Northern California. The president is set to visit Palo Alto on Monday, when he's likely to announce new federal funding for climate resiliency projects. It's part of Biden's climate and health care bill that was signed last year. He is expected to remain in the Bay Area through Wednesday. The FDA is recommending COVID vaccines be updated for the fall.
The unanimous vote came Thursday, favoring new shots that can target emerging subvariants of Omicron. It's still not totally clear if new vaccines will be recommended for everyone or just certain risk groups. Meanwhile, the CDC Advisory Committee is set to meet soon and talk about updating COVID boosters, among other shots. I'm Ryan Daniels.
It was a record-setting night for Taylor Swift in Pittsburgh. Her concert Saturday broke the attendance mark for Acrisure Stadium, performing in front of more than 73,000 fans. It was Garth Brooks who held the record from a 2019 concert. No records for the latest releases at the box office. The Flash led the weekend, but fell short of expectations with $55 million. Internationally, it notched $75 million. Elemental managed $29.5 million for its opening. However, that's the worst start in Pixar's history. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, as Philip brought up last hour, as he's heading into work here on a Monday, the tropics. He mentioned Invest 92L. That was the correct number from the National Hurricane Center. Invest 92L right now tracking westward across the open waters of the Atlantic. All eyes will be on this feature as it pushes into central Atlantic and moves across a zone of abnormally warm sea surface temperatures. For tropical formation to occur, ocean temperatures need to be a minimum threshold of like 80 degrees. Right now, the ocean water temperatures from the Cabo Verde Islands to the Windward Islands ranges from 80 to 82 degrees at the surface. Now, compared to the typical mid-June sea surface temperatures, values this week are trending several degrees higher than the historical average. One important factor that's allowed the sun's rays to warm the Atlantic quicker than in other years is the reduced amount of dust from the Sahara Desert. For several seasons, we've had an abundance of Saharan dust that can be a limiting factor, suppressing tropical formation. Now, during this westward track across the Atlantic, forecasters say a tropical rainstorm will encounter varying levels of wind shear. Right now, this features in a pocket of very low wind shear, which helps create an environment conducive for development. Now, shear is expected to increase once it approaches the Leeward Islands. That further development may be a challenge then. But on the current track, it's going to be near the Northeast Caribbean later this week and into next weekend. So anyone with interest in the Eastern Caribbean needs to monitor the progress of this system. Once reaching the Windward Islands, the tropical rainstorm could take a general track to the west-northwest, skirt the northern Lesser Antilles by late next weekend. Now, if it does indeed track near the islands, gusty winds, heavy rain, sporadic damage, down tree branches, some minor roof damage. Now, as the system passes by the northeastern Caribbean, the anticipation is wind gust 40 to 60 miles per hour. Could see some 70-mile-per-hour gusts. And rain, several inches of rain likely there. So forecasters are also monitoring a potential development zone in the East Pacific Basin over the next day or so. Low pressure located well off the coast of southwest Mexico, which has a low chance of tropical development, although conditions will become even less favorable by midweek. Shouldn't be a threat to land, but there's a look at the tropics. Well, there you go. Well, hello, Knucklebuster. How was your Father's Day weekend?
Working.
Working, oh.
If I'd have had a good weekend, I'd have been off tonight, right? Or this morning, whatever you want to call it. Other than that, it was a good one. Didn't see my children, didn't see my grandchildren, so we'll get together here before long. July 4th is right around the corner. I told them not to buy me anything. All I needed to know was that they loved me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I read that Garth Brooks is going to be opening a gay bar down there on Broadway there in Nashville.
No, that's a misleading headline now.
Oh yeah, okay, that's political satire. Yeah, that's not real. He is going to be opening a bar down there, but he's going to be serving that Bud Light in there too. Yeah. I didn't drink Bud Light before this controversy, and I ain't going to drink Bud Light after it there. So, say, would you believe that the Jeopardy fans unleashed the wrath on them contestants there? They didn't even know the opening line to the Lord's Prayer.
Wow.
Yep, they didn't know Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. And they were looking for the word hallowed in the answer. So that's sad, you know. And them Southern Baptists, you know, I know we got a lot of problems there, but, I mean, shoot. They won't let Rick Warren's church in. That mega church he got out there in California because they got women preachers. You see anything wrong with women preachers? Don't answer that question. Don't get yourself in trouble.
That's been a controversy for years, though. I mean, there's a number of different denominations where branches will split off because of that particular issue.
Yeah, well, I don't have a problem with it there. You know, Mary was the first one that told, go tell his disciples he's risen. And that's the gospel that he rose from the grave there, right? So I don't have a problem with it there. Besides, them women preachers are a lot better looking than them men preachers are anyway. Well, anyway, enough of all that religious stuff there. I read on the drive there, there's a 1970s Dodge van that they put the outer shell on top of this boat, see? And said they could storm the beaches of Margaritaville with it. So, and did you know they have a boat now that's got 3 legs on it, like an airplane that retracts?
Have not seen such a thing. No.
That's a sea legs amphibious boat. It features 3 retractable wheels to get in and out of the water. You ain't got to stick your pickup and boat trailer down there in the bottom there, right?
Okay.
Well, that's pretty neat, though. I seen one of them there on a thing there. It was, you just drive it in there and drive it back out. Kind of like big old 4-wheeler tires or something. I don't know. And you remember we was talking about that Ecuadorian woman that woke up in the casket? Started beating on the side of the casket.
Right.
Yep. Well, she died again, Stephen.
Really?
You know, that proves it. Yep. 7 days later after that, you know, they said she's dead for sure this time. So I don't know. I think she might have been trying to pull one of them resurrection deals or something. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I'm headed to Houston. I hear it's going to be hot down there tomorrow. I'll be with these new eyeballs. I'll be able to see them scantily clad senoritas down there real well, right?
Ah, that's what you need. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Go blind again there, right? All right, well, I'm going to get out of here. That's all of my bull on it for today. And I'm going to do a Larry Gatlin song. Houston means that I'm one day closer to you. All right, have a great morning, Steve.
When you live in a little country town out of the way, you and all your neighbors learn to do an awful lot of things for yourselves, and you come to be very independent of as much outside help as is possible, because you just can't always pick up a phone and call somebody for help. You just got to do it your own self. So lots of times folks will just get real good at doing one thing or another, and they sort of specialize in that field. And that's the way it was with Chicken Watson. Chicken was the closest thing we had to a veterinary in our part of Long County, Georgia. He was called on all the time to fix up sick animals, and Chicken specialized in sick mules. I guess he knew more about sick mules than anybody that ever lived. We had a couple that lived there named Glenn and Clara Purdy. And Glenn was a seaman, and he'd be gone sometimes 3, 4, 5 weeks at a time. He shipped out of the port of Jacksonville, Florida, second-class seaman. And one summer, when Glenn was off on a trip somewhere, one of his most prized mules got out in the onion grass and sour weeds and just had himself a feast. He swole up like a balloon. He was moaning and snorting. He's in pain, all bloated up real bad. And if you know anything about animals, you know that if when they get in that shape, you don't get them some relief pretty soon, they're going to die. Well, Clara come home from shopping in Ludowici, and that mule was in bad shape. He was down bad. Clara knew if that mule died, then she just better get shut of town because Glenn had fixed her clock. Glenn had raised more hell than 26 preachers at a Baptist prayer meeting. She went running out there. That mule was groaning and moaning. She opened up that barnyard gate and run in there, looked him all over, run around him in a circle a couple times. She balled up her little fist, and she hauled off and punched him in the side just as hard as she could and run over and jumped up on the fence and sat there. And nothing happened, so she come running back, and she balled up her little fist, and she give him another shot and run sit up on that fence. And the reason she was running to get up on that fence is because you don't want to be nowhere near a bad down mule if that gas pops loose. Now, you may think a paper mill smells bad or some of that Los Angeles fog, but you don't want to be anywhere in the same county with a mule if that gas pops loose. Anyway, she hit him, and she'd run and jump on the fence, and nothing happened except that mule got madder and sicker and furiouser. And Clara was in a panic. That mule was hurting. And Glenn was going to put the hurt on her if anything happened to that mule. She ran across the road where some folks had a telephone, and she called down the feed and hardware store looking for Chicken Watson, and he was there. He worked around there sometimes, and she got him on the phone, and she hollered at him, told him what the matter was, and he sort of tried to calm her down. Now, Clara's about half deaf, and she was shouting in one end of the line about what was the matter, and Chicken was shouting in the other end of the line, and that mule was moaning and braying and snorting out there, and things were going from bad to worse. And finally, Chicken shouted, said, "Damn it, Clara, now shut up and let me tell you what to do." Clara was sniffling and crying and listening the best she could, and she shut up long enough for Chicken to tell her, and he told her, said, "You go out to the barn, and you get 1.5 cups of turpentine, 3 cups of sorghum molasses, and 3 cups of that old sour dandelion wine that Glenn keeps out there, and you put it in one of them small crocks, and you mix it up real good, take it in the house, add about 1/2 knock of baking soda, put it in a pot, and bring it to 1/2 boil. You take it out there, and you pour it in that mule, and you wait 5 minutes, and then you go over there, and you kick him in the belly, right behind the ribs, as hard as you can, and you run like hell and get up on that fence." Clara said, "Chicken, I ain't about to pour that down that mule's throat. Now, I know Glenn is going to hurt me bad, but I'd rather have that happen than to lose 4 of my fingers from that mule chewing on it." Chicken said, "Clara, you ain't going to lose no fingers." Said, "You go out to the barn, and you get that planting bugle, and you run it down that mule's throat and pour it down in there." You know what a planting bugle is? A planting bugle is a long brass tube about 3.5 feet long, and it's got a bell on one end. It looks like one of them horns they blow in them old-timey movies when them knights come and go knock each other off their horses. It looks like, you know, them Robin Hood horns. And you use it, you hold it in your left hand, and you put that sack of corn or seed on your shoulder, and you hunch that seed, and them seed will go down in that bell, and they come out 1 or 2 at a time, and it spaces your crop. It's a planting bugle. It's got a flared in, sort of a funnel at one end. When I was a kid, you could take that bugle, and the folks, the mamas and daddies around Long County, if you held your mouth just right and blew on it hard enough, you could get a blasting sound that you could hear for 1.5 miles. And in the late afternoon, you'd hear them planting bugles going off all over Long County, Georgia, folks calling the kids home for supper. Well, Clara run back across the road. She found the bugle. She got the crock. But like I told you, she's about half deaf, and she got the measurements all mixed up. She put in 3 cups of turpentine. She put 1.5 cups each of sorghum molasses and green persimmon wine. And instead of 1/2 knock, which is when you knock a box of powder on the side of a pot, you just bump it easy and a little bit comes out. That's 1/2 knock. Instead of 1/2 knock, she put in 1/2 box of baking soda. And she put it on the stove, and she brought it to 1/2 boil, which is when them little bitty bubbles start coming up out of the bottom of the pot. And she grabbed that pan, got that bugle, and she run out in the yard. But by the time she got there, that mule was in bad shape. He was dying. She had that pot in one hand and that planting bugle in the other, and she crying and scared and excited, and that mule was down on his front knees with his forehead right flat on the ground. And she run around him in a circle trying to figure out how she's going to get his head up to get that bugle down his throat with his forehead flat on the ground, and she knew there wasn't no way to get it in there, so she just run around behind him and picked up his tail and drove it home. And she'd jiggle that bugle a couple of times, and she'd pour that juice and jiggle that bugle and pour that juice and jiggle that bugle and pour that juice, and finally got all over him. And she ran up and got on the fence, and she was sitting there, and she counted to 300 real slow. She got off that fence, she run over there and took her foot, and she like to punted that mule halfway out of the barnyard. She give him a shot, and she run back and got on the fence, and she hadn't no more got there than that mule just kind of levitated up off the ground. He just come up. That juice hit ground. It hit bottom. Them weeds that was causing that blockage just kind of dissolved. He jumped right straight up on the air. He let fly with that planting bugle, boom, and he was gone down the road. But Clara had forgot to shut the barnyard gate. He went out that gate like he was on fire, hit that state road, made a right turn, and went down toward Big Will's Creek, and about every 10 steps he was letting fly with a blast on that planting bugle. Boom! Sound like an air horn. Well, now, Big Will's Creek is about 100 feet wide. And the mill had built one of them old hand-pulled barges to get the log trucks from one side of the creek to the other side of the creek. And they'd hired this old boy named Dude Barnes to stand there and pull them trucks back and forth across the creek. And Dude stayed in the little house right there on the bank of the creek, and when he'd hear one of them air horns, why, he'd go out there and he'd pull that old barge. He'd pull that old ferry over to whatever side of the creek he heard that horn blowing on. Well, it was late on a Saturday afternoon, and he was about half squashed on that old Pop Skull whiskey, and it was hot, and he'd been sitting there in that old house, and he heard that bugle blowing. Boom! He run out there and he started tugging on that barge, see? He was going to get it over there where that truck was coming, he thought. Well, meantime, there's a log truck coming in the other direction. And old Dude just kept coming, and that truck would blow his air horn, boom, out, and that bugle would blow his from that mule, boom, out, and old Dude just kept tugging, getting that ferry over to the other side of the creek. That truck come around that curve and whoop, right into Big Will's Creek, because the barge was gone. About that time, Dude hit the other side of the creek, and here come that mule. He run right out to the end of that barge. He let fly with a blast on that bugle, and he took one jump, landed on his knees on the other side of the creek, stood right straight up, boom, and he was gone. We ain't never seen that mule again. Gone to Texas. Well, that log truck was underwater, and old Dude was just standing there with his mouth open, watching everything go on. And he got that truck driver out of that truck. Truck was a total loss. And old Dude and that truck driver is walking down the road, cussing at each other. Glenn and Clara Purdy got a divorce. Ain't never seen that mule again. Truck driver got fired, and old Dude got fired too, because they figured any man that didn't know the difference between a log truck and a mule with a bugle up his butt didn't need to be running no ferry boat anyway.
That's that secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hello to Norman. That's north central Kansas, right? Knucklebuster brought up the whole the controversy, which it is a legit controversy going on right now with the female women preachers. Yeah, kind of kicking some churches out of the Southern Baptist. Norman said, "Well, I got a woman preaching at me every day." Now, careful, Norman. If she gets word of that, you might regret it. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Little by little, state by state, another state has come out with the results from the International Road Check this year. Arizona, the latest. DOT said inspectors completed 1,060 inspections on commercial vehicles during that 72-hour window, documenting 2,374 violations. As a result, 77 drivers, 176 vehicles, which that's roughly 16.5% of the total inspected, were placed out of service. Now, this year's campaign was specifically focused on anti-lock braking systems and cargo securement, May the 16th through the 18th. Among those 2,300-plus violations, officials said 386 anti-lock braking system violations and 67 load securement violations were found. Let's see. Wyoming was the first state to check in. 468 inspections there across the state during the campaign, according to the Wyoming Highway Patrol. 1,061 violations were discovered in that state. 43 divers, 143 vehicles. About 30% of all vehicles inspected were placed out of service due to the critical violations. Sounds to me like there's an awful lot of equipment out there on the roadways, even with plenty of advance notice of these inspections, that need some work done on them.
USA News Update. At least 4 people are dead after shootings in 3 different states. 1 person was killed and at least 20 others injured from a shooting at a Juneteenth celebration near Chicago. 2 people are dead and 3 others injured after a shooting near the Beyond Wonderful EDM Festival in Washington state. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is starting talks with leaders in China. Presidential hopeful Asa Hutchinson is urging fellow Republicans to back off from accusations that the Department of Justice is being weaponized. The former Arkansas governor said on ABC's This Week the GOP needs to go back to being the party of the, quote, rule of law. The Flash is the winner of this weekend's box office despite a disappointing performance. The DC film made $55 million over the weekend, however lower than the $70 million projections. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65, and you paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Back at it here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. I think Truck and Phil is on board. Yes, he is. Happy Monday. Coffee up. Get Marty and Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Great to hear Charlie Douglas, the Plant and Bugle story, as you know. We all love the great Me and Damn It Ray story. Love them all. Yeah, love the memories of the Bozo and the future Steve Summers and the overnight drive. Fort Wayne going to be a high of 85. Warming up. Wow, 83 in Sterling Heights, Michigan today as we are ready to get the week started. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and flip back. Have a safe week, says Truck and Phil Semper Fi. All right, 5-7. Hey there.
Yeah, sorry to call back, but that Bill Barr just drove me nuts. Buddy, shut up. You had the laptop in your hand. I don't want to hear about you criticizing Donald J. Trump and his narcissism, because you know what? His narcissism is the fact that he wanted to make sure that every promise he made came true. He brought back coal. He brought back oil, gas, made us oil independence. He brought back steel. But when Chevrolet was going to ship their car, shut down the plant in Ohio and start making them in Mexico, he shamed them. And I guess they reopened the plant making something else. But I'll tell you what, he did a lot more than just a few things right. He did a lot of things right. And he did it all with one hand tied behind his back. And guess who was tying his hands? Supposedly friends. So it just set me off to hear Attorney General Barr. They got something on him. And then what this governor telling us, what we need to quit accusing our government of weaponizing itself. In other words, just don't look at the realities that's going on right now. So they're asking a lot of us, I believe. So I've got to jump out.
I mean, wasn't Bill Barr? Wasn't he the one that refused to do anything with the laptop? Right? I mean, Trump wanted him to pursue it, and he actually. I mean, the story said he actually almost yelled at Trump, saying, "I will not do that."
That's exactly right. So he shot his reputation, and everybody needs to know what he is. So I got to jump out and go to work. Appreciate you.
Off to work we go. Hey, Monday, take care of business. Yeah, I mean, and it's, I know where he's coming from, but it churns my stomach to see Bill Barr, of course, being as he's talking negatively about Trump. Yeah, everybody's loving to hear, MSNBC, ABC, CBS. I mean, come on, bring Bill Barr on. He's bad-mouthing Trump. Let's see, take you back to December of 2020. Outgoing Attorney General Bill Barr said he saw no reason for a special counsel to take over the criminal investigation of Hunter Biden, undercutting Donald Trump yet again. Trump had mulled pushing the Justice Department to appoint a special counsel for the probe, which supposedly at the time focused on Hunter's taxes. To the extent that there's an investigation, I think it's being handled responsibly and professionally within the department, said Barr at the time. 2 days before his resignation from the Department of Justice. And to this point, I've seen no reason to appoint a special counsel. I see no reason to do so before I leave. If I thought a special counsel was the right tool, I would name one, but I haven't. He said, I hope the Biden administration will handle the Hunter probe responsibly, which we know they haven't. They've sat on it and none of this information will be coming forward. I mean, they've been sitting on the 1023 form for damn near 3 years now. Appointing a special counsel was seen as one means to prevent Joe Biden or other officials in his administration from exerting any pressure on the U.S. Attorney's Office and go easy on Hunter Biden. So, Bill Barr, appointed by Trump, right? Actually siding with the Democrats. The incoming acting Attorney General, Jeffrey Rosen, refused at the time to say whether he would appoint a special counsel. Joe has said that he will not interfere in the decision-making of federal prosecutors. Right. It's not my Justice Department, it's the People's Justice Department, said Biden at the time. But we know Biden had them all. He's had and continues to have them pretty much locked up in his circle of weaponizing against political enemies. But I digress. 20 before the hour. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. On to the southern border. Texas troopers busted a border smuggling operation last week as they stopped a Mexican illegal immigrant who was smuggling a dozen other illegals, including a couple of kids, while both in possession of a handgun and cocaine. Troopers stopped a Ford pickup in Uvalde County, US 90. Video shows the trooper interviewing the suspect through his window. He asked him for his license and insurance. The driver says, "I lost it." He then asked for his ID, at which point he says he lost that too. As he checked the vehicle, he spotted 4 illegals hiding in the rear seat area. Subsequently found that the driver himself was an illegal immigrant. He was smuggling 12 other illegals in the vehicle. Video shows multiple troopers opening the cargo bed, finding it packed with illegal immigrants, stuffed into the tight place. 2 children among the illegals found in the bed. Shish kebab. One trooper explains when he sees the cargo, it's full. Search of the vehicle subsequently found a .380 handgun and cocaine. The driver, Sergio Sanchez Zunigo, will be charged with smuggling, drug possession, and unlawful carrying of a weapon. The illegals were on their way to San Antone, turned over to the Border Patrol. Now, the agency said we have rescued 900 children from smuggling operations, but this is just a glimpse into the ongoing smuggling operations there at the border, including both accompanied and unaccompanied children. Migrant numbers have dropped at the border since the end of Title 42, but officials have cautioned against believing it's going to stay that way. Texas last week announced that they arrested an MS-13 gang member on a transnational criminal watch list who had previously been deported already. Also last week, a migrant smuggler led Texas authorities on a high-speed chase along the border, hitting speeds in excess of 100 miles per hour. The border crisis continues, 17 before the hour. Meanwhile, those border crossings bringing the deadly fentanyl into this country. Numbers were released last week. More than 109,000 Americans died from overdoses in the 12-month period ending in January of this year. A slight increase from the previous year, according to the CDC. The increase despite the push by the Biden administration for action to tackle drug addiction and drug overdoses. Now, in May, they imposed sanctions on 17 people and entities based in China and Mexico that they accused of enabling production of counterfeit fentanyl-laced pills. It's the illicit fentanyl that's played an outsized role in the overdose deaths in this country. The death toll crossed the 100,000 mark for the first time in 2021. Partially blamed on the COVID pandemic, disrupting medical care, increasing mental health problems. Of course, even though the COVID crisis is over, we are still surpassing It was 107,764 in 2022, and again 109,000 plus in 2023, the period ending January of 23. Sounds to me like the drugs continue to pour into the country. And our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning to Rick in Columbus. Rick Friend kind of bragging about his Cincinnati Reds. But, I mean, right now it's a good time to brag. They've won 8 in a row. They're a half game back from first place in the division. But really, at the same time, it's a really tight division. Everybody running neck to neck. They go on a 3-game losing streak. They can be right back in third place, fourth place. I don't know. John Bendel, who is a contributor to Landline and the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, did an interesting piece that he shared on Friday. Who runs the American Transportation Research Institute? Yeah, that's the group that just did a study on the impacts of legal marijuana on the trucking industry. That sounds kind of odd. It's the legalization of marijuana in a number of states around the country. What kind of impact is that having on the trucking industry? Maybe that's the way I should say it. But the study shows it's a serious, complex concern. Study itself is serious, seems pretty comprehensive. So why in its 59 pages does the study refer to a truck driver shortage at least 7 times? There is no truck driver shortage. But the perception of one works to the advantage of the big corporate trucking and the folks who speak for them in D.C., a.k.a. the American Trucking Association. The ATA's mighty public relations and lobbying machine has convinced the media, Congress, and most of the general public that there actually is a shortage of truck drivers. Now, seeing those references to a driver shortage in an American Transportation Research Institute study should be a little unsettling. They're a reminder that ATRI is an extension of the ATA. Both organizations would rather you not be aware of that, though. Don't mention it. It's a secret. But if you don't ask, they're not going to tell you. And they don't want people to ask. Now, once when I was writing a news release, John says, for a trucking technology company, the ATRI honcho, Dan Murray, was the speaker at my client's customer event. When I mentioned the ATA and their connection in our conversation, he instructed me not to say that in the news release, period. I was a writer for hire, so I did what I was told. But I've never forgotten how adamant he was about such a simple fact. It was as if the ATA Scoutmaster would strip the poor guy's merit badge if I mentioned it. You visit the ATRI website, you'll see what I mean. You'll find no reference at all to the ATA. The About page briefly recounts their history that began in 1954, but they don't mention that when the organization was established and for 50 years afterward, they were known as the ATA Foundation. You could get the impression ATRI was a completely independent organization or maybe connected with a university until you go to the link that's marked the ATRI Board. Then they have no chance but to come clean. You get smacked upside the head with exactly what the ATA would rather you not think too hard about. That the American Transportation Research Institute and the ATA are tightly linked at the top. Of the 14-member board, 8 represent big carriers, all in the top 28 of Transport Topics' top 100 carriers. Of the remaining 6 members, 2 are carriers not among the 100. Another is a state trucking association. One is the ATRI president, and one is Cummins, the engine manufacturer, whose customers are, well, the motor carriers. 14th board member is none other than the president and CEO of the American Trucking Association, Mr. Driver Shortage himself, Chris Spear. Now, John said, I'm not questioning anybody's integrity here. The ATRI does lots of important work that is respected across the industry. I'm not suggesting the ATA leans on their research professionals or tries to rig the outcome of individual studies. I don't think that happens. Well, then why are the ATA and ATRI clearly linked by history and management oversight so reluctant to acknowledge these bonds? It's hard to believe the people that commission these studies, the government agencies, for example, don't know of the ATA-ATRI connection. I have to guess it's about marketing, the credibility of ATRI's work out in the public. Which would you trust more? A study from the ATA Foundation with its obvious industry connection, or from an outfit with the grand name American Transportation Institute? Well, give me an institute any day. Which brings us back to those 7 references to a truck driver shortage. It's a buzzword reference, pure ATA speak. Why talk about a shortage, a vague negative value, when the impact of marijuana, the subject of the study, would be on the driver pool. We all know what the report's authors are saying. But why say it anyway? While the board and the ATA may keep out the ATR business, that hardly means they're without influence. If you led the ATRI with all those corporate trucking folks down the hall, how would you express things? I'm guessing the influence of big trucking boards probably has a more important impact, not on how studies are conducted or what the results might show, but on what studies are conducted in the first place and what studies are not. It may not be all that passive. If they don't talk about that at the board meetings, what are they talking about? Here's an idea. Why doesn't the ATRI do a study of the ATA's driver shortage? Not a casual survey of carriers' fuzzy estimates, but a hard look at the shortage numbers. Where do those numbers come from? How exactly are they derived? And by comparison, how many CDL drivers are there in the country? How many of them choose not to work in the industry, and why not? How about it, our American Transportation Research Institute, or should I be asking the ATA that question? Which, real quick, I won't have time to get through the whole story, but it brought me to the transportation and logistics company Schneider National going to new frontiers to find their next generation of truckers. Announcing last week they've partnered with the video game American Truck Simulator to recruit drivers with virtual billboards. This American Truck Simulator gives players a chance to head their own independent logistics firm. First-person perspective puts them in the virtual cockpit of an 18-wheeler as they drive across the American West hauling cargo. And if you want to avoid fines, you have to obey the traffic laws. It's everything you'd expect in a simulation, but Schneider teams up where along your pathway, you're coming across recruitment billboards for Schneider National because they're citing the driver shortage. We're 80,000 jobs short in 2021, according to the American Trucking Association estimate. So it goes on and on from there, but yeah, it depends on who you ask. And we know the big companies, the ATA, have cited this for years. With that, we close it out on a Monday. Thanks so much for joining us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.